Hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Waters. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Let's go! It is on and popping. Tell me, what is my microphone on? Microphone check 1 2 1. I think now my microphone is rocking properly. Man, oh man. We have to review who won the debate. Who got their ass whooped? Who? Mike is good. Thank you so much, Dallas. I appreciate that. Hey, babe, can you turn the fan on when you come back? Yeah. Man, who got their ass whooped? Not on me, though. Who got their ass whooped? Do you believe Candace won? Or do you believe Andrew won? Should I do a poll? I'm not sure. What should I say? Who got their ass kicked?
Candace, Wilson, or they both look stupid?
Did Candace kick ass or did Andrew ass kick? Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. Hold on. Let me see. I got to figure it out. Hold on. What should, y'all got to help me out. Because I don't know what to put as a poll. We got to start a poll. All right. The poll is, who won? All right. Who won the debate? All right. Who won the debate? Candace kicked ass. Or Andrew annihilated. How the hell you spell annihilate? Ooh, somebody tell me how to spell annihilated, because I don't know. Yeah, Dallas, how you spell annihilated? Shit. Goddamn. How the hell you spell it? Goddamn. Thank you. Now, if I got it wrong, they can't blame me. So, and I still spelled it wrong. How about that? There we go. All right. All right. So there go the poll. Participate in the poll. Participate in the poll. Thank you so much, Miss J. Thank you, Bubba Homeschool. We're going to get down to it. We are going to get down to it today, because I don't know who actually won. Did y'all watch the debate? Or are we going to watch it together? Hopefully we all be watching it together. Hopefully it is entertaining. If it's not entertaining, then we'll move on to something else if it's not entertaining. I think it's going to be, because I think Candace Owens is a very bright and intelligent, beautiful black woman. She's a beautiful black queen. Andrew Wilson is a jackass. Well, not a jackass. Andrew is an asshole, self-admitted asshole. So I'm not saying nothing that he won't say himself. I'm not. And so I'm very interested to see how these two personalities clash and meet up with each other, and you know how it's gonna go down. I like the idea, and shit, I guarantee it's probably super chats flying all over the place. I would love to have that many super chats flying all over the goddamn place. Goddamn. Woo, I got to get my name up. I need y'all help to get my name up. We need to get the name up. We need to get the chat up. We need to get all those things up. One of the ways that we can work together and get that chat up is by hitting the like button. Yeah, that's one way we can do it. Hit the damn like button. That's one way we can get it done. Why y'all be fighting me on it? I don't know. Make no damn sense to me. I don't know why y'all be fighting me. I have no idea why y'all be fighting me. But somehow y'all find a way to fight me. And let me see, which one? Let me see, we're gonna go with this one. We're gonna go with this one for now. Should I keep the chat up? Do y'all want to see what they're saying in the chat? Or should I exit out the chat? Or should I exit out the chat? Anyway, 6 minutes should be a good enough time to start this goddamn thing, to see where this goddamn thing is going. It's about to get wild and crazy. I believe so. I believe it's going to get wild and crazy. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to get spicy real quick, real fast, and in a hurry. This is PBD. He is the host. He is the moderator. We got Candace Owens, and we got Andrew Wilson. Good day, be schneezy. Let's see what is actually going down.
And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it.
Okay.
So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you.
Okay.
And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back.
And that's the one thing y'all don't understand. You, the audience, you get to help us as the content creators to push more forward by hitting the like and the share button. That shows what you like and what you enjoy. So therefore, more people can be involved and we could be talking our shit. Come on, let's get it.
And both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So
do it.
It is a very fair conversation that we're having here.
Let's get to the opening.
And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today.
Goddamn.
So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Okay.
Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death.
Mhm.
You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness
Some
we saw
people
from
did do
leftists
that.
all
Yeah,
over,
that was
from
horrible.
TikTok invasions,
Disgusting.
debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this.
We about to find out now.
Within weeks
Lala.
of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me.
Wow.
That was a message sent September 9th.
Woo.
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him.
Damn.
Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate. And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk.
Damn.
In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur. And the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory that Tyler Robinson's a patsy was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation, unverified claims, and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 was this for this debate was to finally have a chance for some.
How much money? How much money? Hold on. You mean to tell me Candace Owens got paid $300,000 for a 3-hour debate? I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something wrong. Y'all ain't supporting enough. Y'all ain't hitting the like button up. Y'all ain't hitting the share button up because that is absurd. $300,000 to debate an opinion, not a fact. By the way, he himself has not established what is his evidence. The only thing that he's establishing so far is that he don't believe her, that she don't have any evidence, and she don't know what she's talking about. But he has yet to establish his evidence. I find that very interesting. But 300,000 for a 3-hour debate? Bruh, y'all need to hit that like button. Y'all need to hit that share button because that is absurd. And he didn't even present any kind of evidence of what he's talking about.
Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying.
Damn.
She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife.
Wow.
And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Woo!
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Thank you, Andrew.
Get it out of your system.
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie.
Okay.
And diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times. Over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this.
What's that?
What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like.
Hey, I want to say, hey, shout out to Candace for being that sharp. First of all, Andrew had to read something. Candace is rebuttaling in real time. All that shows how sharp her brain is to soak up all the information that he communicated about her. And she's rebuttaling that in real time about this whole dreams and how she is Miss Cleo and being funny by throwing in a joke like Miss Cleo. Maybe some of y'all a little too young to remember Miss Cleo, but Miss Cleo was a character that was selling psychic abilities. And she was like, don't you know? Horrible Jamaican accent. It was ridiculous. But shout out to Candace. No teleprompter, no phone in her hand. She's not reading anything. And she is absolutely cooking right now and rebuttaling Andrew Wilson in real time, showing her sharpness. Shout out. You go, girl. You go, girl.
like $1 billion industry of influencers, to dispute everything Candace says is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018. And it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like, calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place. Maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson.
God damn. That girl know how to put that smoke in. She know how to put the right smoke in. She said, you should not be here. TPUSA should be here. Erica should be here, which I'm pretty sure they know each other pretty well. Or the spokesperson of TPUSA should be here. She making some great claims. She's doing that off of her thought and off her mind. She don't have nothing written down. That shows that she is genuinely into this discussion, and she's going to go into, it seems like she's going to go into this debate in good faith. We're going to see what Andrew does about this. We're going to see if he's going to actually debate talking points, or is he just going to attack? So far, so good. I do not like the fact that Andrew did not present any kind of argument whatsoever. Not whatsoever. The only argument Andrew brought up was that she doesn't have evidence and that she was a liar. So we're going to see how this thing goes. So far, I think Candace is bringing down that she's bringing a solid foundation of who she is and what she represents in this debate. I think Andrew Wilson so far failed at representing what he was attempting to accomplish. Just calling somebody a liar doesn't mean anything.
And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Damn.
Just out of curiosity,
Not another influencer.
Between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
Woo, that's a lot.
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at
Yeah.
0%.
So not
0%.
only, you know, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk. and
Right.
kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day? As
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the
Okay.
shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
0%.
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the
Please.
evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
Ooh.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie,
Mhm.
and I'm open
What's a
to
projectile?
other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's
Okay.
do that.
So
Let's see the facts.
you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. to that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're
Of
talking
course.
about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
Mm.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck,
Wow.
which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Spalhala steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So
Mhm.
under
Okay.
no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think.
So I don't understand. Why not have that argument? So did he or did he not? She's saying that, hey, no, I don't think he got shot by a 30-06 because that rifle is too powerful from the distance that it is. His neck would have been blown to smithereens. Half his head would have been off because it goes through metal. Andrew, that was your opportunity to say, hey, this is the reason why he got shot by this weapon or a bullet or something, not just say, oh, it's just a projectile. And so far as you know, it doesn't seem as if he's actually there to debate. It seems, even though it's very early, it seems like he's attempting to catch her in a gotcha moment. That was the time to go through the evidence. Come on.
we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse
It is called
in the
Yes.
timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
Okay.
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation
Okay.
that I had, and I think it's enough that
Finally,
it will be
evidence.
presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial,
Yeah.
but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you
Mm.
an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to,
Okay.
before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Okay.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm
yeah, but
Because if
we're
we're not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the
Yeah,
internal critique,
yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so-
we feel.
The first,
So like, if she has evidence of a receipt, either ask her to show a copy of this receipt. Do she has the evidence of the receipt? Do you believe in this evidence of receipt? Do you believe the restaurant owner or the restaurant manager, whatever it is? We need more likes. Make sure if you are here, please, the like button is just an admission to say, hey, I'm here. Good day, everybody. That is it. Doesn't mean you like the video. It doesn't mean that you like me. All it means is that you are here. We got over 300 people watching. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Talk to us. We want to have a conversation with you. Whose side are you on? You on Candace's side? Did Candace kick ass? Or is Andrew annihilating Candace Owens? Please communicate. It is all good. It's all good. We all peoples. Hit the like button, please. We got over 300 people. We need over 300 likes. Hit the like button. Don't only hit the like button on famous people streams. Hit the like button on us failed, broke ass YouTubers too. God damn it. We appreciate you too. At least I'm gonna talk back to you. At least I'm going to communicate with you. Sheesh.
First reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So
you're gonna bring up the receipt and just skip past the receipt? So are we conceding that the receipt is real evidence, or is it not real evidence? Come on. You cannot just keep walking past every goddamn thing.
I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him.
Okay.
Near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay. So that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Ooh.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change?
Does that change? Like, if your wife said you're an Army sniper, does it matter if she said it 15 years ago? Are you not an Army sniper? Simple question, simple answer.
You were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
what?
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I'm not a...
Say what? What? That is what? People just go around and say, yeah, I'm an Army sniper? What? That's crazy.
I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
So she should ask, are you or were you ever in the Army? So like you was a gunsmith as a private citizen and you taught about rifles as a private citizen. But were you in the goddamn Army? Yes or no? That should be the next question. Let's see.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside
NRA instructor.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
but I want you to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Okay.
Dust and
Mhm.
debris in the gun
Dust and
barrel.
debris.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets
Okay.
of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample,
Mhm.
it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Mhm.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah.
Whew. Now that is some pretty interesting thing to try to break down, because if over 20 years that doesn't happen in other instances, and this happened within a 2-week, 3-day, I don't know, HC Baldwin, you're gonna have to show us some pretty good evidence on why his DNA is the least, like, why does his DNA have so much degradation versus the other 4 DNA samples that is on that weapon? That is a very compelling argument, to be honest with you. Why is that? Please explain. You better say he has some gloves. You found the gloves. He had a sock. You better say something. And why, if he's shooting that weapon, right, it don't have no like, why is it so dirty? You mean to tell me before he went to go ahead and before he went to go ahead and do what he did on that day, he wasn't practicing at all with that weapon? He just woke up one day and said, you know what, I'm going to use grandpa gun? I don't know.
So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with
Okay.
debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay,
So
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this
Hold on. So what you mean? Hold on. Did you just concede to that? It's fact. Hold on. Did you just concede to that fact?
Long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and she
right, because like trial doesn't mean that the person didn't do what they. That's crazy. That's a crazy statement. Just because it's not in trial yet doesn't mean that it's not a fact.
To the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should.
No, you can't. You cannot say it's not a fact for the sake of argument. If it's presented as a fact, You would either have to show why it's not a fact. Am I right, Plug? Don't you got to show that it's not a fact? And show your great evidence on why it's not a fact? Okay, he served in the military for 1 year. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so he did serve 1 year in the military, but that is ridiculous. You have to argue how that is not a fact. You cannot just say it. But he's supposed to say that. This is crazy to me. That is a horrible debate tactic.
Granted, because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do
you mean? So what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second.
it.
How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think
What
that I've
you
worked in
mean?
a DNA laboratory
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
What? What you mean, so what? It's okay to say you don't know. You wasn't prepared for that kind of a question. Say, I don't know how that happened. But you cannot erase that it is a fact that 4 other people's DNA is way more substantial than his. All you got to do is say you can prove it or you can't. But you can't erase the evidence that his DNA is more degraded than other people's DNA on it, if that is what is presented as a fact. Simple and plain. Cooked him on that aspect 100%. He had no rebuttal for it whatsoever. He just attempted to just distract and interrupt. That was crazy. Make sure y'all hitting that like button, please. We got over 500 people watching. Please and thank you. Hit the like button. I know sometimes y'all forget to hit the like button. The like button is not so that you like the actual content. It's to say that you are here. Please and thank you. Don't only like famous people's content. Like us little small YouTubers too, goddamn.
Actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3.
I agree.
Were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson.
Damn. So she named 3 other people. Lamar, I 100% agree. He thought this was going to be a walk in the park. He thought he was going to be able to disrupt. He underestimated her intelligence. He underestimated how much passion she actually had for this topic. He underestimated how much research she actually did on this topic. He himself was not fully prepared. He thought he could fluster her, and that's what he's attempting to do, and it's failing badly. Every time he's asking her to represent some, she is presenting evidence on why she has her claims. Her claims on why she don't believe that he was the one that pulled the trigger because his DNA is the most degraded on the gun. The other people that she just named, 3 other people, their DNA is more significant on the gun is another reason. The fact that it had a bunch of debris inside of the rifle still, she believes that gun has not been fired and it was probably fired from a different weapon. So she is proving her evidence on why she believes what she believes. And Andrew is doing a horrible time of representing why he believes that is overwhelming evidence on the other side. Let's continue.
As someone who had prints on the gun and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being.
So not that one. So Andrew, not that one thing is going to prove it. She's giving you a plethora of reasons why it would start to question that he was set up. Yes, he was on a roof. Yes, he touched the gun. Yes, that was his grandpa's gun. But she don't believe that he was the one that pulled that trigger. She has a valid argument, and you got to rebuttal that argument, sir. Hopefully he does, because right now he's getting cooked, and he's getting cooked badly, and that leg is shaking awfully fast. He need him a cigarette and a shot of whiskey.
A patsy.
It said it's evidence.
Look at that
to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay. So it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part if I can't
I'll
get to the end of the sentence?
Wait patiently till we get to
so
the
that could be
part.
a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is...
Yeah, but this is crazy, Andrew. Right. But you have to represent something other than what her evidence is. She is saying all those things is a representation on why she believed that he was used as a patsy. So now you got to present your evidence why he is not a patsy. He did this on his own and he wanted to be the one that take this shot and nobody influenced him at all. That's what you're supposed to be proving. And if you are going to just attack her and disprove her point, then give some evidence that disprove her. Give some evidence on why degradation doesn't matter. Give some evidence why the other people's fingerprints on the gun doesn't matter. Give the evidence on your claims, sir.
That this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up. Well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I
Come
just
on, y'all, hit
described
the
that
like
for you, so
button.
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing.
Okay, so let me say this. Shout out to Bubba Homeschool. Too bad Andrew Wilson did not have this information. Bubba Homeschool says heat, moisture, Tyler wiping his prints, or explains degraded prints. But too bad Andrew is not smart enough or informed enough, I should say. He's not informed enough to have this answer to combat her debate and combat her facts on why she believed this thing. Too bad Bubba Homeschool wasn't in the goddamn back trying to help out Andrew and give him some facts to say. Because yes, that would have been great talking points to have literally in the debate. That'd have been great, Bubba. But guess what? Andrew couldn't do it. He did not. So, hey, shout out to Bubba.
Doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's
behavior.
very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point.
Wow. So she is explaining that, hey, everything that is presented is hearsay just so they could go to trial. And then once they go to trial, then they will present exact facts and information. Good day to you, Corinne Mackey. How you feeling today? So at the current moment, everything is hearsay. And that if he doesn't understand that, he himself has not been watching the trial. He is not prepared for this conversation, and he has no dog in this fight. God damn. Can somebody please fact check that? Is everything that is presented by the state, is it in fact just hearsay? We need 300 more likes. Please, if you are here rocking out with us, just hit the like button to say that you're here, and please come out the clouds and speak your mind and tell me what's your thoughts on this situation so far. You on Candace's side, you're on Andrew's side. What is your thoughts? Please join the conversation.
This is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if
yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day.
The team in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, Candace, is that it?
Yeah.
Hearsay,
so I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
In a grand jury.
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point.
God damn. Cooked them up real quick. She ain't never said that he didn't possibly get hit. I know one thing for sure. Possibly y'all forgot to hit the like button, because I know you enjoying yourself, whether you've been here for 3 seconds or you've been here for 5 minutes or whether you've been here for 20 minutes. Please and thank you. Hit the like button just in case you forgot. Thank you to everybody that did hit the like button, did hit the share button. And if you can, please be so kind. We got over 400 people watching. If you can, send 99 cents. If everybody throw 99 cents, we will be lit. Let's group fund the channel. We could group fund the likes. We could group fund the shares, and we could group fund it 99 cents at a time. Thank you so much. If you want any of your comments read out loud, 99 cents and more, I'll read them. Please and thank you.
That you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But
okay, here we go. Let's go. Let's see. Rule 1102, reliable hearsay in criminal. Come on. It says it right there. Come on, Andrew. It says it right there in plain English. It says it right there in plain English. Rule 1102, reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. Okay, A, statement of the rule. Reliable hearsay is admissible at criminal. Okay, so like, Andrew, this is crazy. So they pulled up the fact she is correct again, that the things that the state is bringing up is hearsay because it is admissible in a preliminary, in the hearing. So she's correct. Andrew, you're supposed to be arguing what is she saying that is not correct? She is 100% correct at this moment. God damn, he's getting cooked up. Sheesh.
Why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say. I'm not disputing. But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did.
Right. So what she is saying that she's doing the same exact thing that the state is doing. She's going by the hearsay, reliable hearsay that she gathered, and she has a different conclusion than what the state is saying, is what she is saying. That is it. And we have over, so my main issue right now with y'all is that we have over 200 votes, but we do not have over 100 likes. That's ridiculous. You are participating in the votes, but you are forgetting to hit the like button. Please and thank you. Hit the like button. We have over 400 people watching. Hit the like button. Double tap the screen. Find the like button, please. For all the people that did not find the like button yet, you might have forgot. It is okay. You don't have to apologize. Just please hit the like button. Thank you. We should all do that together. Hit the like button. Rondé, you would get blocked if you don't understand why I am asking for something that you are not willing to do. So please and thank you. I'm asking for something. Please deliver.
Said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay, it is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
God damn. This man is horrible at debating. Axon, I think this is a horrible debate. You said moment Andrew won the debate right here. How? He did not present any evidence. She presented what makes her believe that it is more evidence to show that he was set up. I would love to understand what you mean, Axel. What evidence did Andrew present? That's crazy to me. I don't see what Andrew presented in this argument yet.
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter.
So for the people that don't understand what is going on, she is using hearsay as her evidence. She's saying that she is claiming that she's using the same exact thing that the state is using. She is saying the state has not shown or provided any actual facts. And the state is using hearsay to go to trial. And she's saying she's using all of the hearsay that she has to say the opposite. You know, the fact that it is dust in a gun, the fact that his DNA is the most degraded on the gun, the fact she said also the car, the fact that they are talking about some kind of car. And how does that prove that is him? Is it a license plate on the car? Did you show that the car is registered to him? This is what she is saying. So you have to prove that part, not just whatever you believe. We're talking about her belief versus his belief and who is proving their point in the argument, not what you actually believe. We're talking about in the debate. It doesn't matter what you believe. So we got to talk about what they are arguing, not what you believe.
That what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
Okay. You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, to talk about what I'm talking about, making inference, this is the most, I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Wow.
Why is that absurd?
That's how.
Are you serious? You said, why is that absurd that they had the same shoes on? All right, so she's saying that you made a claim about the car, about walking up the stairs, about now that one man had a shirt on and another man had a different shirt on, but the way how you could tell it's the same person is because they had the same shoes on? They better be some very, very distinctive shoes that majority people do not have. They better be some very distinctive shoes that most people do not have. That's what it better be.
You decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's.
Come on. Not they both wearing Converses. So the problem is the person could be driving the same. Well, they didn't prove that the car. No, all it proves that it was a car that was the same make and model as his, was in the same area. But the clothes, they had 2 different shirts on. One had a burgundy shirt on, one had a black shirt on. So they 2 different shirts. The only same thing they had was white Converses. At his age group, at a college campus, I'm pretty sure it's a lot of white young men, his age group, his average height self, with white Converses and a t-shirt. And to say that, hey, whatever kind of, I don't know what kind of, do we know what kind of car he was driving? Because it better not be a common car and a common color. Because I'm pretty sure if it's just like a Honda, it's plenty of Hondas that could be in that same area that is the same color. Come on, y'all. Andrew got to present the information. We, the people that are having, like, there's a lot of people in the chat that have better arguments than Andrew. Y'all got to understand, Andrew is not saying the things that y'all are saying. Andrew has not said any of the things that is a bunch of people that's in the chat that are saying great arguments to rebut Candace Owens. And I agree with y'all. Y'all saying a lot of great things that is rebuttaling Candace Owens. The problem is Andrew Wilson is not saying those beautiful rebuttals that y'all are saying. That is the issue that I think we are making a disconnect. I think Bubba is making some great arguments. I think Axum is making some great arguments. The problem is Andrew is not making y'all same arguments.
An absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
it
even
is.
if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
did you delete
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it was
misspell.
his car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up, so we can
they
see
got
it.
the evidence, y'all.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want.
Okay, so it says, give me. Okay, so this is what the tweet says. Somebody says, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigators was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. It says to believe. Is belief something you go by as a fact? That's a good question. Of course not. So come on, give me the evidence. I don't care what others say. Okay, that's what somebody's asking Andrew Wilson. And his reply is the car pulling in. Robinson getting out of it. The fact he is seen 4 other times on camera. The DNA on the roof. The screwdriver he left behind is overwhelming, man. So, okay, so now we understand what Candace is talking about. She's talking about the car. So now you got to prove that it is his car. You need some goddamn license plates to prove that's his car. Him on camera, show us where it is a clear definition of him, not what you believe. You got to show that that is him on camera. The DNA thing, we already went through the DNA thing, and he did not make a great presentation of the DNA thing. Come on, she's bringing real evidence, y'all. Come on.
To provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase.
Damn.
The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
So she didn't say it was the exhaustive list. She said, this is your evidence that this is overwhelming. That's what she is saying. So prove that as overwhelming, prove that is his car, prove that is actually him in the camera.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your own
did I
clip.
say that?
Can you?
So the issue is, Axum, those things are hearsay. Those are not facts, Axum. Axum drop, those are hearsay. Those are not facts. They said, we believe that is Tyler on the camera. They cannot say for sure that is him on camera. He has a Honda. He has a vehicle, a Honda. How many Hondas you think is in Utah? Those are hearsay. Those are not facts, is what she is saying. And Andrew is doing a horrible time of showing his facts.
Fact check if that was said or not. I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But just say you
well,
were
I'm
wrong.
not.
It's cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I
this.
just said you tweet.
I'm not actually worried about your health. I'm not worried about your health. That is wild. She's funny as hell.
This you said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what you
claim.
said.
Let's go, y'all. We need 200 more likes.
That's not
Let's
actually,
go.
in fact, what happened in that exchange.
We almost there. Y'all got it.
I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah,
Please,
so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not.
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said.
Oh my God. Like you said this in a tweet that those things that you presented in that tweet is overwhelming, man. So therefore she is using that as something that she wants to argue a point about. That is insane to me. Unlikely how he cannot in real time understand that he presented evidence that was overwhelming and now she is rebutting that information is not overwhelming. You cannot at the moment is hearsay that is his car. It is hearsay that is him walking up these stairs, because even the prosecutors themselves, the state said, hey, we believe this is Tyler Robinson. That's all she is saying. So you have to prove otherwise. Let's go. We need 200 more likes. I know you can do it.
That it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you, because for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it.
Mhm.
And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
Whew. Now that was a bar. He is able to use hearsay for his belief. And when she's just explaining, she is using hearsay for her belief, and she's bringing up the reason why she believes her hearsay versus your hearsay, you saying that she can't do it. She cooking him badly. It's like he doesn't understand.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean,
Ooh, that is a great question. How are you getting to say that is Tyler Robinson? Do you see a tattoo? Like, do you have some kind of evidence where you can say, yeah, by these reasons, because this shirt, this tattoo, these pants, these sneakers, the way he walks, something should be saying, hey, that is Tyler Robinson, not just because. Come on, bro.
we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own message.
He didn't say the stairs.
On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing, but it was
pull that up?
Yeah,
I think
and
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had some
on the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
It might look like.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang on.
Right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson.
Okay.
Not just because
So
of
tell
blurry
us.
footage.
Don't just tell us
dream?
there's multiple.
Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay. So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
he didn't tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I didn't
say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's test.
And so, like, has Tyler ever said that he wasn't at the scene of the crime? So him being at the scene of the crime is completely different than him pulling the trigger. So just because we can see evidence, him in the vicinity, doesn't mean that he was the one pulling the trigger. Make sure we get those over 200 likes, please, and thank you.
Testimony and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means that
happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said
pull
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text.
Let's go.
If we
Let's see.
can put that up on the screen. Thank
What
you.
did it say?
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to.
Okay. It says, look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering though. A sheriff friend in a few moments. Hey, that's
Be
strong.
concise
okay.
for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages
that's
saying
some
it's not
strong
hearsay.
evidence.
If you have that as well. There you go.
Okay, let's see what they're saying.
Wait, what are we?
What are we saying? Okay. Rule 801, definitions that apply to this article, exclusions from hearsay. Okay. Statement means a person oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct if the person intended is as an assertion. Okay, let me see the part that they highlight. Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay. Declarant witness prior statement. The declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement and the statement. Okay. Is inconsistent with the declarant testimony, or the declarant denies having made the statement. Okay, so I don't. Okay.
Saying it's not hearsay. I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
No, so the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what
Okay. Damn. God damn. She cooked them on it. She explained it. She cooked him. She explained it. He didn't get cross-examined. So therefore, since he didn't get cross-examined, you cannot say it's a statement. That's simple.
I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said
said
most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it
overwhelming
was.
majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like? Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yeah.
So, yes, I'm just one specter. That's what it means by the definition of the 801. By 801 definition, that means that it is not a statement because they couldn't cross-examine it. So therefore, it is still just hearsay until you get cross-examined. No, Axum, we just read it. The fact that he did not get cross-examined means that it is still hearsay and it is not a statement, according to what we just read. Jesus.
Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you, I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the Freelance hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102,
Mhm.
1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this
Mm-hmm.
stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing.
hearsay. True.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed,
just
right?
said
Even when they
true.
got into witness statements and things of that
He
nature.
agrees.
There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't,
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
but the evidence that you're speaking about, like
Mhm.
when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So
Damn.
I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you.
Mhm.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah,
Wow.
and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like, that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter,
that's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
right? But the question that was asked of you was pretty
Mhm.
direct,
yeah.
right? What
And
did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that I
that's
find
not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So,
characters.
so wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question.
Damn.
What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and-
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me
Yes,
answer that question.
yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad.
Testimony with the text messages.
Man, come on, y'all. Hit the like button. Come on, we're almost there. Hit the like button. Man, I think he's doing a horrible job representing his point of view. She's doing a better job at debating her point of view. Now, whether she's right or wrong, that's a whole different thing, because I believe a lot of people in the chat are making some great points to oppose Candace Owens. However, those people that's in the chat that are making great points are not the ones debating Candace Owens right now. Andrew Wilson is not making the same points that y'all are making. And I just want to point out the fact that regardless if you believe her or whatever, he is not making good arguments to rebut her facts or her hearsay versus the state hearsay. We need more likes. We need more support. If I was to pull up this debate and it shows how much super chats they got, man, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't know why people just only want to support people that are famous. We got over 300 people watching, so people will see you supporting. Be a part of the support train. All we need is 99-cent super chats. Please and thank you. We got over 300 people watching. If everybody hit the 99 cents, that would be awesome. We're not asking to break anybody's bank. 99 cents a piece, that is more than enough. $1 a day, it keeps the flies from flying around my eye, like you know how it was back in the days.
And the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly.
Thank you so much. Shout out to Time Wild for the $2. Says like this. It's very simple. He even helped out by giving 99 cents for one of you people that don't want to. So don't look for the next person to do it. Only you can do it. All I'm asking is for 99 cents. If you've been here for more than a month, rocking out with me, and you never sent $1, today should be your day that you send $1. If you haven't sent $1 within the last month or two, please could be the day. Thank you so much. I'm not asking for much. Shout out to Corinne Mackey with the $1.99 for the collection plate. Thank you so much, Miss Corinne Mackey. Much appreciated. So that's another one of y'all that don't have to give your 99 cents. So please and thank you. Make sure you be just like them and send your 99 cents so we could crowdfund and we could keep things moving. Don't only support the celebrities. We understand y'all like to support the celebrities. But guess what? The celebrities is never going to address you the way how I will. That channel, they got plenty of money. They ain't even addressed not one super chat. Good day, MJ. How you doing? Beautiful. It's so interesting too to see that you start asking for likes and shares and people start running away. It's very interesting to me as well. So I appreciate everybody.
He's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away, and we're going to die.
Okay, so we have an issue with y'all hitting the like button. So this is what we're going to do. Since y'all have an issue with hitting the like button, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get a slight intermission so I could go to the bathroom real quick.
Wireless wake up show. We get it cracking, no acting.
Go to sleep, please.
Say what you say, but bring facts with it. I'm Sharon Bracey, come face me. All love. But we saw the case be. Boom. Hey, this the Wireless wake up show. Lights on, case closed. Receipts on deck, no capping. Just proof exposed. Facts. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. Nah. Sharon Bracey, come face me. Truth gon' win. Night turns to evidence. Mics, receipts in the file. We talk that street gospel. Broadcast live. Wireless wake up show. The truth unfold. Ain't no games, we chasing facts, we taking hold. Lights low, in the studio, tension thick, chest rolling, comments heavy, they expecting this. Look, I drop a jewel, it explodes, scatter in the crowd. You talk to
numbers is good, money ain't.
I smell the smoke, fakeries and fraud, boss fronting in the streets, but the paperwork flawed. Receipts stacked tall, timelines crossing the line. This is ghetto court. With a beat and a rhyme, bring your courage, bring your proof, or get exposed tonight. I ain't afraid of the truth, I live for the fight. I'm sure I call your name, come stand right here. It's all love, but the case gotta end this year. It's the Wild Wake Up Show. Lights on, case closed. Receipts on deck, no capping, just proof exposed. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. I'm sure I'm bracing, come famous. Truth gon' win. Witnesses calling, testimony heavy. Facts. City on my back, foundation steady. This ain't petty beef, this a purge of the lies. We strip masks off, truth televised. Every edit erased, no escape from the lens. Your moves documented, beginning to end. I'm the host with the hustle, the streets on my chest. No capping, the truth manifests. A lot of them scared when the light hit true. Scared, hide in the shadow, ducking the proof. But it's the arena, respectfully loud, where the righteous get heard and the fakes disavowed. Stream overflow, donation, captive vibes. We dissect illusion, stitch timelines tight. March through the smoke, no fear at night. If you came for smoke, you best wear a mask. We spray facts heavy, can you handle?
All right. Now that we got all of the freeloaders out and the people that are not afraid to hit the like button, I appreciate every last one of you that is not afraid to hit the like button, that is not afraid to hit the share button, that is not afraid to hit the 99-cent super chat or more. I much appreciate every last one. Now that we got the fake people out of here and now we got the real people that just want to rock out, let's go ahead and continue our day together.
From being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, We have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial. And when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them. Okay.
So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here.
Everybody's good? Yeah. That is hilarious. Not the Converses in my white shoes. In my white shoes. Candace is funny.
But it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass the sniff test for me.
Absolutely. You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
Yes.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you say, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, I didn't actually... He didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
Man, she is really cooking them. That's reliable. Shout out to Lala Go Harder. Thank you so much, Lala Go Harder. Yo, cooking them. That's reliable hearsay. She have a source that is with the family. That's reliable hearsay, don't you think? until we found out otherwise.
Of course,
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on, you're giving us.
You must have hated
Hang on,
watching the
you're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're
is it-
saying that according to your sources, that the
Yeah.
reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
It's
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then
Did the parents say that, or are you making up imaginary hypothetical? Reliable hearsay, Shicey, that was crazy. So are you making up an actual statement, or this is just a hypothetical about what the parents could have or would have done? Andrew, you are looking horrible.
he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You-
Oh, you didn't say that. So you're making up a hypothetical. That is crazy. Shout out to Shadow the Time Was. She's being logical. There is a source. Hearsay. She's straight up cooking.
I said, the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
the father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But
That-
yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it could have been in the charging
You think?
documents, but I did. But I
You
do.
think?
We can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
do know
already
it-
tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document. He after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning. I think I got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So
where is
it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
It
Why would
truly
the
negates the
parents?
point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have already in the back. One is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I
Okay.
think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputed.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming.
Wow. So now all these things that they pulled up in the fact check, he's not disputing. He's getting his ass handed to him. He is getting his ass handed to him. That's why that leg is shaking more than they twerking in the goddamn strip club. His foot is twerking more than the damn strip club. I should be dropping dollars on how much Andrew foot is twerking right now. It's insane. Twerk, 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 twerk. Andrew Wilson foot be twerk, twerk, twerk.
Back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct.
Ooh, let's see. Bring it up.
What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison forever.
But they're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that if you would, Mary, find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
was
up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, why would?
Okay. And that's a very true fact. If your son is up for death row and the lawyer says, hey, you as parents should be completely quiet on this case. Let us deal what we got to do because anything you say will be used for or against your son. And you could say something, slip up and say something that could completely destroy this case and make sure your son do life in prison. So yes, it's 100% true. Most likely, they told the parents to shut the hell up.
Wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what would happen.
if you have a source,
I'm not,
it seems like
I'm
they're
not,
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
Damn, Andrew was not prepared. So no, they are not. The state is presenting something. It's not about you. This is not the time where the defense is presenting their case. The defense do not present their case at this moment. This is just to say, hey, this is we have enough hearsay to take this to trial. Come on, bro. Come on, Andrew. You should have known that before you hopped on this joint. What you mean, are you sure? Can somebody fact check that? That was crazy, Andrew.
Defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying, we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then,
okay, so now that we understand, so the preliminary is the state brings their hearsay, then they willing to take it, and then the next step is that the defense say, hey, I see all your evidence, but this is why we should dismiss this situation because your evidence is X, Y, and Z. So at that moment, that is not the time for the defense to present anything. That's the next step for the defense to present something. Okay.
That's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing.
Oh, perfect. She said it, right? So she said, so that's why they filed for dismissal after. That's the next step. So they filed for dismissal after. Jesus. Let's go.
Is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just put?
So now we understand that Andrew is conceded. So anybody that's trying to argue, Andrew's conceded to what she just said. The defense is supposed to be the next step to present themselves and try to get it dismissal. It doesn't happen at their preliminary. Damn, I can't even say the word right now. Too much water. I need some more.
I'm asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right?
Damn.
This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this.
Wow.
My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. Bro, I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere.
So what's your argument?
We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards, you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the.
So that's a good point. They are doing the same thing she's doing, using reasonable hearsay. Thank you so much, Abisi 76 with the 2 jewels. Keep it 100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Abisi 76. So yeah, so she is using the same exact scenario. She's using reasonable hearsay, the same thing that the state is using. Come on, Andrew.
Case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at
funny.
the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
that's propositionally false. and
That
I'll
is not
explain- I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle.
Okay, so yes. However, you have to prove it. Right? So you have to prove it, is what she is saying. Shout out to Super Brawley. Said, Harden. Thank you so much, Super Brawley. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So that's what she's saying. Prove it. So prove which one is the fact and which one is just hearsay. Because at the
All
moment,
propositions
both are hearsay.
are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure.
Ooh.
But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you
Right.
my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was
Right.
the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Wow.
That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact,
That's crazy.
was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by
Chill out,
April
Walter, you're
1st.
married,
Oof.
sir.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
What is
To
this?
date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what.
Okay, so and I'm pretty sure it sounds like he's about to agree. So they are presenting everything that is reasonable. That's not all of the evidence. They are presenting everything that is reasonable. Wilson needs a Winston. He definitely needs a cigarette the way how that leg is twerking. That foot is twerking. Boy, I tell you.
They're saying.
Yeah, I
There.
understand.
Okay, so that's
And I'm even fine with
yeah.
it.
That
I'm just
we all.
So again, he concedes to another point. What up, Rev? He concedes to another point. Good day to you, Rev. Dr. JC. Appreciate you. That's crazy. He conceded to another point. That's wild. That is wild. He's conceded to another. Man, that foot. Hey, come on. That foot twerking like a mug. Somebody need to throw that foot $1. Somebody need to throw me $1.
Oh, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right.
that
Great.
that she said that.
Damn.
So so I guess
Yeah.
Damn. So he conceded to yet another Candace Owens point. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Dr. JC. Yes, please hit the damn like button. That is crazy. I don't know how y'all saying that Andrew is winning the debate when he is doing nothing but conceding to all of her points. He's conceding. Hey, I don't know what y'all hearing.
The disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
because they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is problematic, that you decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you've said.
We should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
substance. Me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case.
Name them.
And in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are the things
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get into it. I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. Actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack.
Yes.
We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? Damn. So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd.
Damn.
That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix.
Damn.
That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency.
What is that?
They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird.
What is this?
There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are...
Talking about laying it down to why she believed the things that she believed. I want to see Andrew Wilson's version of this, of him laying down his understanding on why he believed what he believes. It's crazy, Bob. This is crazy. We got over 400 people in the chat. Make sure you're hitting that like to share button. If you got 99 cents, we could crowdfund this thing 99 cents at a time. Much appreciated. Let's see where this thing goes. Shout out to Candace. She laid it down just now.
Things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Okay, here's him with the murder weapon. Right. Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one
but,
clear image of his.
But
but I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If
you
you're
know,
asked
like,
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me,
Good point.
Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true,
Patsy.
right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise
go. We got
evidence that's
over
been presented,
500
right? And is
votes,
being
but we do
presented
not
that I
have
could go through and link
200
all
likes.
together to
Get
see
it
if there's
together, y'all.
actually
We have over
some
500
clear
votes,
picture
but we do not
of there
have
being a
200
patsy.
likes.
That's what it would take for me.
okay.
Just a
I don't,
good.
I don't disagree with
Just
that.
a
We
good.
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for
Okay.
the audience to hear that from
Without
you.
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy? the
Of
government
course,
was involved?
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding
Thank you
the
so
zone.
much,
You flood
Super
the zone
Brawley.
with tons and tons of conspiracy-based
appreciate
ideas,
that.
and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation.
Okay.
Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that
you saying?
the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended, just like mine have
But can we please hear your claims and back your claims up with why you believe these things, please?
to be defended. Yours have to be defended, and that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to get into it?
Let's get to it,
Would
please.
you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take
before
an
we
ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around
Create a shoe that blends.
Nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me
Great.
feels like a
So
bit of
am I
a
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already
Salute.
said you can ask
Salute.
questions, but I
Salute.
made it very clear to
Thank
you
you so much,
via
Super
email
Broly, with the
and
gold coin.
with you in
Thank so
conversation
much. I really appreciate that, Super Broly.
we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
If
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan.
Okay.
They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
Salute.
we can't say that for
PZ, hold
certainty.
on.
As far as you know.
It's our first
I already
big
answered that in the
super
first part.
chat.
We can't
got
say that
some
for
yellow
certainty.
in
I
the
told you
chat.
the
Let's
context of
celebrate
which
that.
they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
Salute to Peasy Ain't Gone with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Peasy Ain't Going. Appreciate you, my brother.
Can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed
What
to say,
up,
you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already
Damn.
addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
No, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your-
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
uh-huh.
You're not going
I
to
ain't
go
dropping
like
your
where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
Let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the,
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes,
Ooh.
that's why I reported it to
Mhm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I
Mhm.
passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also
Damn.
like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it.
Right.
I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly
I'm not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Ooh.
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive, because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid. I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. We don't. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis. There were also, obviously, Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative, because what we've seen after, coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's
pulled.
no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence
would
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird. And the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI photo on the president's feed.
That's crazy.
Right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk of Keep USA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know what the video is.
Let's go. That leg is twerking, goddamn. Let's see the video. With a video.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said
ahead
this is
and
why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Let's play the clip. Let's play the clip. What you say, Candace?
Via
All
who?
right, let's see.
My guess
Yeah,
is
guess.
Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence,
Okay.
you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if
I
there's
said
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to
do
think,
you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or
Okay.
not
Yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think. What
you're-
I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right,
Mm-hmm.
with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on,
sister-
let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish.
Okay.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you
on.
through why I think.
Why not?
I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
it's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you
Okay.
do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I
Okay.
have full confidence that
That what?
you do not feel that you
Positive.
represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You
Professor
can't.
what?
It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I
Involvement,
just
okay.
explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to
Okay.
structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So,
Okay.
for example, when
What's
you're
that?
bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out
That's
there
fair.
making a
That
claim
part
to the
is
federal
fair.
government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you
Okay.
go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing
Mhm.
my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're
Okay.
basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not trying
allowed
to
to say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking
you're,
very
trying to do?
you're
pertinent
sounding a
questions.
bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way
yeah,
that you
I-
wanted
you
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's just
actually
go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence,
need
people
more
will
likes.
recognize the
We need
strategy that
more
you're trying to
likes. We
employ.
need more
So let's get to the
support.
next
Let's
clip you
go.
have prepared.
We got over
Sure.
700
They can
in
pull
the
up whatever
place
clips
to
they
whatever
want,
it is
yeah.
that you guys
More
have prepared.
chats.
Let's
But there,
We
but
need
I
more
would
likes.
still,
We need more
on this
shares.
point, I just want to
$1
make
apiece,
sure that
y'all.
you have
Let's
full
go.
confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie
Right.
I
Kirk,
think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
well,
Mm.
I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So
higher
if you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've
I
already
need
said
some
that.
more
You just
support
don't
before
like
I drop
hearing
the
it.
link.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's
Uh-huh.
office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just
Or-
saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this
Good point.
information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but
Okay.
I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was,
Damn.
hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information. Yeah, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination.
Wow.
And that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't
Need
give
more likes,
specifics
y'all.
who it was
We
from.
need
not in the first
more
email, because I
likes.
figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you, are
100.
you
Yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If
Okay,
whoever's
good
the U.S.
question.
government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now
Right.
they may respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their
Uh-huh.
position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the
Okay.
case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and
Let's go. We
explain
need
to them
more
exactly
likes, y'all.
what
We
their
need
sources
12
Yes.
are?
more likes.
Okay. I mean, that's
Okay.
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking
God damn. PBD done. Hey, shout out to PBD. He finally started speaking and he cleared it up. Yeah, anybody that is willing to but he's doing a good job by just staying out the way at the same time. That's right. That is correct. God damn it.
me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
Ooh, good question.
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But
Wow.
even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if they
how
didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back
Super
to you and
Brawley,
say,
I need a
hey,
piece
what's
of
more
that,
information? We're
goddamn
investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them
especially
the
because this was
claim?
at a time where they
Moderator.
were saying that
It was
they
upfront
wanted to explore every
knowledge.
possible lead. I even
Shit.
texted Dan Bongino.
But
I-
did you?
so actually it was three offices.
let me ask
The
you one question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up
Okay.
to that is the following.
Mhm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was, they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me ask one question. Let me just ask one question.
Mhm.
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being.
Wow, that is crazy. You cannot, hold on. You cannot rebuttal her, whatever evidence that she brought up, pictures, video, people crawling, and say that is not evidence, and you have a hypothetical of sources. She has what she considers evidence. She presents it to the people, her viewing audience, and your excuse is that, what if I hypothetically say that I have sources as well? That's insane. Voice of Venus, that is insane. She is presenting her evidence. She is presenting her hearsay. You are presenting right now hypothetical. That is wild. That is wild that you are presenting a hypothetical when she's saying she got pictures and video. That is crazy.
Legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PBD,
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you, all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
What I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the
Okay.
public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you
But
think
I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
Damn, that leg is twerking. Look
By
at that
who?
foot
I'm not committing a
twerking.
crime, am I? By just like
Well,
saying what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like what are
No,
you
just
saying?
like if you're
Good
if you
question.
want people to come in and answer questions for
That
you,
leg
I have
twerking like a
questions
mug.
about this in the investigation. I have questions
you
about
so
this.
much,
I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for
we
you?
No,
have
they're not
over
answering our
700 in
questions.
the
So it's
building.
also fair that they
Make
don't
sure
answer
we
them.
hand over
So
700
you're
licenses.
That's why
okay.
I said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're
Why?
if you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
The thing is funny is
People
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people
Be
not
fair.
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR
a
there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that
What you mean how?
if I was the investigating officers, I would see.
What you mean how? Because if she says for a fact that they did something and she cannot prove it, she got to say alleged at least. Come on, you know what the legal pickle is, especially with how your leg is twerking. You know all about the pickles.
Them all, and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using
that
hypothetical.
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right?
Damn.
And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's
I totally forgot that Andrew couldn't open up a pickle jar. That's why his legs is twerking so much. That boy leg is shaking more than a damn tail feather. God damn. That boy need a cigarette badly. That boy need a cigarette badly. The way how that he gonna have to put next time he do a debate like this, he gonna have to put about 4 of those goddamn tobacco patches. He is doing a horrible job at I think he could have did better if he was just presenting his information. He kept allowing her to just keep on communicating why she believes what she believes. And he's not fact checking her in real time. He's not giving great pushback on why she is believing in the wrong things is the problem. All he's doing is allowing her to continue to say what she believes. And as long as it's hearsay and it's what she believes, he is getting cooked.
You want back?
Yeah, but
That's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to
Okay,
play
let's go.
of
Another video.
Candace said it's impossible to not believe
Uh-oh.
Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Uh-oh.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
Good question.
I didn't say implicit in death.
What'd you say?
You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing
Good
this
question.
narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with
It does.
Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because
Yeah.
I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, I think that some of her
answers.
mannerisms were weird and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And
Okay.
then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was
What
nothing.
you mean?
Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Yes.
Complicit. And when again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us,
Hey, I want to say shout out to her for being so sharp to be able to explain thoroughly what the clip is actually saying, because from that short clip, it did sound like a gotcha moment. It sounded like he got her. But as she continued to explain, and now we understand what happened a few minutes before to why she said that, this was a nothing burger. She's able to explain it fully. Man, shout out to her for being so sharp and being like, to be able to think on the fly and say, oh, yeah, I know exactly, because, she said it. So shout out to this young lady here. Go ahead, Candace, on that beautiful black queen. She's like, hey, let me explain to you why I said that and why, man. He thought he had it like, hey, showing that just that little bit of a clip, it looked bad. But when she explains it, shout out to the over 700 people watching. Make sure we have over 700 likes. It's crazy that we have, like on the poll, we have over 860 votes, but we don't even have 200 likes. I need your help. I need some likes. I need some shares, please. We can open it if we get the likes up, if we get the super chats up. Please and thank you. Get the likes up, get the super chats, either one, and we can open up the link and we can have an open discussion.
She calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward, and now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like, don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just.
God damn, man. I ain't gonna lie, Candace. Woo! Candace is sharp. And this is the only issue that I'm having is that whether you believe Candace or not, right? That's not what this conversation is about. The conversation is that Andrew is not producing proper evidence to rebuttal her. We have more people in the chat like Axum. Axum is saying some great things that will be rebuttaling Candace Owens. The problem is Andrew Wilson is not saying the things that Axum is saying. It's a lot of things that these guys are saying in the chat that would be rebutting the hell out of Candace. But Andrew, he did not have the capability to rebut the way how some of you brothers in the chat are doing. And that's why he getting his ass cooked by Candace. He has not able to substantiate his argument. She is substantiating her argument. And also when she's getting thrown curveballs with these clips to try to make it seem like he caught her in a got you moment, she was able to substantiate why she said that and clarify why she said that. She is 100. She is so prepared because this is something that actually she's really involved in this situation. It means a lot to her. So therefore, she has a true belief in this thing. And she's not just saying these things to get a got you moment. She's saying these things because she actually believes these things from what she's gathered for herself. Man, that is crazy how unprepared Andrew is. Like, man, like it's so many people in the chat right now that I think would do such a better job at rebuttaling Candace Owens. But Andrew, on the other hand, he is not doing a great job at rebuttaling Candace Owens at all. Eda Man Williams, Candace Shields. Candace Shields, she got come on the ropes. I like that one, Eda Man Williams. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Man, oh man.
Just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that
Erica
is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so
What
the
lies?
next thing that happens naturally when
Ask them
somebody
what lies.
lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about,
Please.
we have a list of lies that we've been told by Trey. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and
Good
Erica?
question.
Not very close.
So there's not a
No.
relationship.
No, I would say it's totally
question.
normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is
Okay.
our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And
God damn, what you trying to say? Candace with a little bit of hey Candace, that was a little dirty right there. I ain't gonna lie. Candace, that was a little dirty. What you mean you never thought they was gonna get married? You thought that was just a little what? Candace, that she said, I thought they was just dating and I ain't think it's gonna go that far. That is wild. That's kind of wild, Candace. Hey, but he did. Hey, she locked it down. Hey, look, shout out to Erica. She did what she had to do. She locked up Charlie, Candace. Don't do that. Candace talking about, I ain't never think I had to get to know her because I ain't know it was going to go that far. That was a cheap shot. That was a cheap shot, Candace. God damn it. Yo, Super Brawley, she threw a little shot at Erica right there. I ain't gonna lie, she threw one right there.
so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It
good question.
transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what do you think she's complicit in?
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed.
Bruh. He said that with so much delight. Look at this man's face. Bruh. Oh my goodness. He said all women are what? Yo, ask him, that boy, he was too excited to say that. Too excited to say that. Too excited to see that. That is horrible. I agree, Idema. That is a horrible response because you also have a wife. So what you saying about your own wife? You saying that she's what? Bruh.
To just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what
what
dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica?
It ain't about damn that leg is twerking. God damn, that boy foot is twerking more than King of Diamonds on a Saturday. So, but you gotta have proof to your claim, sir. You can't just say things. That's why she said you just saying things.
After going to the headquarters, because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah.
Wow.
Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, it's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think she's
not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened. Just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in the hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know
They don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they were just releasing something in good faith
to
answer questions,
do you have any
I've never
evidence of that?
demanded. It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge...
I do not like the fact that he don't answer any questions. If he feel like he could answer a question, bro, everything be good if you just answer a question. One thing I would say is that Candace is doing a really good job of answering his questions, rebuttaling. She's literally rebuttaling and building context of things that he was misunderstanding and everything. Like, he is doing a horrible job of just addressing things in real time. That is just crazy, man. It's so sad to see how many people in the chat would have did so much better than what he is doing and displaying right now.
Huge debate that's coming up. That's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year. And one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely take a look.
What is that?
It was actually amazing to me It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah.
I debate against the
against feminists
and red.
She's taking the gloves off. The gloves are now off. Go ahead, Candace. Do your thing, baby girl.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Ooh. Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both. Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, that's what people think. That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist.
Girl boss came out of your mouth, sir. Damn, this man is getting she got him in a chokehold and she's turning him every way but loose. She's like, you ain't going nowhere. She's like, I got you for 3 hours. You ain't going nowhere. Ooh, yeah. Go ahead, Candace. Shout out to the 850 people watching.
I'm not.
Make sure you
I'm
hit
pointing
the like
out
button.
that they're
so
by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion. I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay. Damn. Well, I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Yeah.
Goddamn. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that assessment. Do you agree with that assessment? 1 in the chat if you agree. Any woman husband just recently got publicly assassinated, she most likely would not want to be in the office. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. Oh, what up, Quentin? We got Q Diddy in the building. Woo, we got some 1s in the chat. Shout out to the 700 people watching. Make sure you hit that like button. Damn, it's overwhelmingly ones. Shit.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip
Another
to just
clip?
finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what, then that's why Terrell's
I'll
nervous
need
on the
extra
phone with
lemon,
me.
though.
Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like, you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back
Like
it up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring.
Man, oh man. Again, shout out to her for able to bring context into what she was actually saying. What up, Black? So she's saying she was exploring different situations. Again, once she brings in the context, it makes them look really silly. It makes them look really silly because she's able to break down the context. This is something that he is not able to do, is just give his argument on why he did or said whatever. Damn. That's crazy. That was another nothing burger. He got 3 nothing burgers in a row.
That's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam. Since we release the second set of the photos of what was in the car, I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos.
That's a good
when
argument.
the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the video?
What do you mean? What that got to do with? If he's witnessed himself shooting people, especially if he shot people with different kinds of weapons and different kinds of bullets, I think that is a great example to go by. Are you serious right now, Andrew? Nah, you can't be serious. That's wild.
And killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if they're...
Oh, come on. Did he slow down? You think he was recording while he was in the middle of war? Shooting people? When people was trying to shoot him? Bruh, just concede and say, yes, he might be more qualified. Just make your claim to combat her. You was doing pretty well until she was able to substantiate her argument. You supposed to disprove her argument, sir. It's people in the chat right now that can possibly at least argue opposite of what Candace is saying, and you sitting there dumbfounded talking about hypotheticals. That is crazy. That's crazy work.
Clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a
because
fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality
That's a
version
good
of video that
question.
would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's
was
a
a
lot
great
of,
question.
if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that
Finally, Andrew
it's a
asked good
similar,
question
if
that
not
she
the
could
same
not
type of
answer.
explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people.
Come on, y'all. We got
regarding
over
this topic.
1,100 people
So
on
that's
the vote.
the route that
but
I
we
would
don't
send you
have
on.
300
For the purposes
that's
of my,
fine. That's fair.
for the
Hit the
purposes
like
of my
button.
show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
But
good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat.
that's crazy.
I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
what? Somebody said I killed over a dozen. That man said I done deleted over 1,000. I deleted over a dozen people. Much closer than that camera was to Charlie Kirk that caught the video footage. And I ain't never seen a shirt pop up the way how his did. Man, he's a horrible at debating. Shit. Address what he said, Andrew.
He said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well,
now that was a good argument. Shout out to Andrew for that one. That was a good argument.
I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when
people disagree with you, your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
because you
Perfect.
definitely
We'll do
need
a
a
quick
cigarette.
3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last
You
segment.
definitely
Alright,
need a
thank you.
cigarette, sir.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function,
You definitely need a cigarette.
We got
break.
where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part.
I know he smoked at least 5 cigarettes just now. In that 3 minutes, he smoked at least 5 cigarettes. 45 seconds a cigarette. Oh shit.
So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're
conceded.
going to make mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I
God damn. Not again. Able to explain the context. Every time he think that he had a great point, she cooks him with context. If he could call her the R word,
I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever, unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that
don't got nothing to do in that they owe her something. She's just saying that she should be sat down for questioning to prove to see if she has to see if she's actually innocent, guilty of anything. Probe her, figure it out. See if she has anything to do with anything. It's not owing anything.
Strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind of filling the air.
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an
Again, another hypothetical. Say your statement, sir, so we could get on to something concrete that y'all can actually have a discussion about.
inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because during
this is
points
to-
like, we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing
Well,
is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange,
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4
Yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't think
perception
4 out of 5 even were.
is your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up.
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3.
3.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary.
Not PBD. Solidifying said no, it was 3 about Erica Kirk. You did try to railroad her. You tried to railroad her, even though in the email that she's saying that y'all said that any clips we are going to show, let's trade them so we could be fully prepared for the debate. That's crazy.
The
Sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in
Tongue in
cheek.
cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to
whole
play
The
from
one
7
more.
days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
That's
absurd.
funny, PBD. That was actually funny.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Damn. Where is it? Let's go. Let's get to the fourth clip.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
Damn.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay,
I
beautiful.
feel you, Mike Hunt. Where's the clip? Hey, eat a man. Somebody's losing their job. Somebody, like, man, that man probably smoked like 3 packs after this.
You need the Jeopardy.
He told me
got
they had
fired.
it. So
That's
This
what I
is
heard.
Crazy.
Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says back
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Mhm.
And to be clear, Lance Twiggs'
Said this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
But
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that.
Y'all-
Like, it
y'all
just
already
seems
spoke
like
about that.
you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it and that
Right.
his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared
man.
it out
I
of
don't know if
context.
it's that
I'll
he's
do it on my
stupid. It's just
show.
that he's not
I'll
at
show
her
the,
level.
So you're going to
of
read it on my
intelligence.
show, but not show it.
She's sharp.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on
really
my show.
sharp.
But that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well,
She's
because
sharp
I
as
wanna
hell.
drip out the evidence. You know?
That's crazy.
That's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I'd also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes.
I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull
Okay.
them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah,
Ooh.
of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name
Ooh,
one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think
Ooh,
he's
name
he's
one.
been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now
Ooh,
name
it-
all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like,
Name all 7.
and I
Can
I
you name
think
all?
That's crazy. That is crazy. The one that you named is incorrect. And you couldn't name one. And then now you trying to push it back on her saying, so name all 7. Why you just didn't say, you know what? I don't know the exact charges. Let's pull them up. I don't know them off the top of my head. But no. You tried to make a guess. It was a good educated guess. I give him that. It was a good educated guess. She said that he is wrong with his educated guess. Let's see. That's crazy. And she better not name all 7 off the fly without picking up her phone.
7.
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and
avoiding
because
the
it carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Hey, let me let y'all know. Don't start crying and complaining. If you are being disrespectful, stop being. If you get timed out for being disrespectful, like freedom of speech doesn't mean that you get to say whatever you want to say. You have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom of consequences. So please keep it respectful, please. The whole show has been respectful. Please, let's keep it that way. We have over 700 people. Keep it respectable, please. Please. And don't cry about it when you say something negative, when you say something horrible. Don't act as if you don't understand. So if you say something and it got checked, please just refrain from communicating that way further. That's all.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering.
Damn.
And the
What's
final,
the specific charges though?
That's 3.
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged with it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay. Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some
Crazy.
sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make
That's
mistakes.
crazy.
I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know 1 of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through.
Slow down. You're making a lot of noise.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6 tampering.
So therefore, she knew exactly what the charges are, and he did not. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So she said all the charges. He did not. That is wild. But it's not M, it's aggravated M. And she's saying that's the difference because regular M doesn't hold a death sentence, and aggravated M does, or aggregated M holds death sentence. So it is a difference. So it is a difference. So we got to understand, like, when we talking about what he's getting charged in, one aggregated M holds the death penalty and regular M does not. So it is a clear difference in the two. Big difference, actually.
Witness, third-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm
That's
just wondering.
crazy.
When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time over here. You want to check my phone?
Look at
I'm
that
happy to do
twerking.
it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
at it. I'm not
permission
gonna
to
give
go through
names.
my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them,
Yes.
see 1132, because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text?
Hey, by the way, when we talking about the law, you cannot say basically it's this. No. When it comes to law, you can't say, oh, you basically was selling crack. No. You cannot say basically you was doing so. You got to say what the person was doing. You cannot say, well, basically you was doing. No. That doesn't hold up in the court of law. Oh, well, basically he was trying to. No. The law is specific. You cannot say basically he was doing. Basically, y'all crazy as hell. Talking about basically. Talking about the law.
Text. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia.
Okay.
And that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
so you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the
Anything.
receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January.
Axum, this is the problem that Axum is having. Did Andrew bring that up? You bringing that up? But did Andrew bring that up? That's the question. Axum, what you just asked in the chat, did Andrew bring that up? Andrew didn't even know. So just because you could bring it up, Axum, that has nothing to do with Andrew not bringing it up. So the fact that Andrew did not bring it up shows how he is losing the debate. You cannot judge Candace on what you are saying today. We are judging Candace on what Andrew is saying in the moment. Y'all crazy as hell.
I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
But,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is
So,
there,
John, you can
as
leave
of right now,
he paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think.
You know what? Y'all not supporting the show anyway. You know what? Y'all ain't hitting the like button. Y'all ain't hitting the share button. Y'all not hitting the Cash App. Y'all not hitting the super chat. I'm not going to be here trying to argue with people that doesn't want to support anything and trying to act like they are the ones that's being unbiased. Like, bruh. Listen, stop with the crying. Stop being a cryberry. All right. If you got timed out for saying something that you ain't supposed to say, just accept it and change your language. Like, being a crybaby online is ridiculous. I'm sorry, Andrew was not able to represent the same things that y'all are trying to represent. Y'all are arguing things that Andrew are not saying. I even gave y'all props to people like Axum that is giving proper rebuttals. Andrew has not gave proper rebuttals. So let's not act as if Andrew is saying the things that y'all are saying in the chat. Andrew has not produced any of those proper arguments. You cannot make an argument for Andrew post the debate. You are making an argument post the debate. You are making an argument for Andrew, but he couldn't do it in real time. If Andrew would have said those things in real time, then we could have a different argument. But he did not say any of those things. So we need to just be honest on what we was actually witnessing. Andrew did not present a great argument whatsoever. Well, anyway, we hit 4 hours. Y'all only support, I guess, famous people. So we are going to see y'all another time. I appreciate y'all, though. I think we had a good show. We almost got to 300 likes. We got close. Well, y'all got me twisted. Y'all got me twisted up. That shit crazy to me. I don't know why y'all acting like that, but you know, it is what it is. Y'all let me know who wanna open up the link. Y'all let me know. Y'all want to open up the link and have a conversation? I guess not. Look at Wanda. Look at Wanda starting trouble. Whatever, Dallas. But anyway, I'll see. I was going to give a number, but they don't deserve it, Wanda. We'll come back tomorrow with another topic. All right, yeah. All right, either man said it. He tried to be vice president again, God damn it. How long we give him, either man? How long do we give him to come up with 100? 8 minutes. All right. Either man said, y'all got 8 minutes. Thank you, VR. Appreciate you. Uh-oh, we got 5 towards it. He got 5 on it. B sneezing. Candace gave him the business. Salute to B Sneezy. Thank you so much, B Sneezy. So that means we have how much left? 95 more to open the panel. And let me see, when did Either Man say 8 minutes? He said that at 1:22. Okay, that means I got 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. Yeah, I got 7 minutes left. But man, she did an excellent job, by the way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, hold on. Let me see. Uh-oh. Let me check it. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, I'm sorry, it's Monday. I've been listening. I've been listening though. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So now we got what? Oh, so y'all need, hold on. Y'all need, and y'all got it was at 22. So 3 minutes. So y'all got in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, it's Monday. I've been listening though. Thank you so much. You always hold me down. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Got people acting all mad at me and all that. They want to cuss me out, Wanda. It ain't my fault that it ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. Oh. Shout out to PZ ain't going down. PZ coming, ride, coming, ride, it, ride, ride, it, ride, ride, it, ride, coming, lift it, give it, lift that bounce, move, fuck, nigga, rock, you, my nigga, no good, ain't nothing but so good. That in the house, Mr. coming, ride, it, coming, ride. BZ ain't going with the 50 ball. He trying to help. He trying to help y'all out. Y'all only got a few more minutes. Y'all only got a few more minutes. Y'all only need 25 more. Yeah. oh, my bad. Not 25 more. Y'all only got 15 more. Shout out to the Cash App. Y'all got 15 more in 60 seconds. Yeah. That's where all the problems are starting to come from. Now tell E, put some money up and go. Oh, snap. Said, tell him put his money up and go. $15 more in 6. Oh. Y'all ain't shit.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Eda Man. He says, LOL. He thought he was going to enjoy your day. Not today. That's funny as hell. Oh. Oh, shit. Y'all are funny as hell. Shout out to Shadow the Time Wise with the fireball. He said, nope, not at all. Shout out to Peasy ain't going with the toy boy. He says, nope, your ass ain't going nowhere.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Look who coming starting trouble already.
That was funny. Dang, man, he got beat bad, man. He got beat. And she said, and if you want to know what a sucker debater do, this what they do. They gonna put their fingers up. She gave them a class on not only I'm gonna beat you, I'm gonna tell everybody in the future how to beat you.
Hey, man, she gave him a butt whipping. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was tough, man. That was tough to watch. And then the icing, like, and she sealed the deal. The icing on the cake, you debating about somebody going to jail and you do not know the charges is crazy.
That part was
That's so crazy. He was like, oh, even the stupid people in the chat gonna say, she only knew 6. He didn't know 1. Like, and then you know how I know he lost? He said, check her phone. There's no way a woman took me this way. You gotta check her phone. Check her phone. It gotta be a man on her team that's beating me this bad.
Yo, that's where you know he was getting that ass whooped.
You know why this so bad? It's because he go get these unintelligent women on his show and cook them all the time.
Yeah.
He does, like, his whole MO is being around unintelligent women to make himself look smarter. As soon as he start getting around,
period.
Yeah, exactly, unintelligent people. And now when he start getting around intelligent people, when he literally start getting intelligent people, it shows that you ain't the brightest man in the room. The host didn't make it no better. Oh man, he was like, well, hey, it was 3 out of 4, not 4 out of 4.
Shout out to PZ. He said, back to work, player. Yeah, back to work, playboy.
You think I'm gonna let you enjoy my day? I'm working today. You thought you was gonna go get off and go enjoy your life, take a nap. Why I gotta work? Nah, you gotta be out here with us.
Not today.
No. That's what's up. I appreciate y'all for real. I had to end the vertical because the vertical was getting a little too wild. They was getting a little too upset that Andrew got his ass kicked.
Yeah, that's how you know he lost, man. Because if he won, they wouldn't be going nuclear. They was like, They was doing the nuclear bomb, but they was like, "Hey, set off the nukes."
Yeah, they were starting to act a little strange. Yeah, they were starting to say things in the chat that was gonna, you know what I mean, get me dinged up and all that. But so that's why I was like, you know what, it's too many people on the vertical that don't know who I am and don't care, and they would just do some wild stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
But the issue is that I think a lot of people don't recognize is that yes, y'all arguments are good, but Andrew didn't make none of those good arguments that y'all saying in the chat.
Yeah, and I think the best thing, see, what people don't know is when Andrew do his show, he's sitting in front of his computer. It's a different debate when you can sit there and you can Google and look it up. But when you gotta be able to know what you're talking about off the top of your head, he just looked like he just don't have that juice. He don't have the juice.
Well, he don't got them cigarettes in hand. He don't got that computer in front of him. And she did everything without ever looking down.
Yeah,
everything,
and you know, and they said when he worked his show, he got an earpiece in.
Right, for sure.
So dang. Hard life right here. I'll be right back. I gotta hop out. But hey, great show, Big Dog. That was one of your best shows I've seen, Big Dog.
I appreciate that. Shout out to Wanda. That's right. I need Sharon to get through the day. Back to work. That's right, E. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Guys, shout out. What's your thoughts on this? I'm a run to, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Go ahead, shout out.
Can you hear me? Man, look, I'm not even gonna lie to you. The reason why this fight was so one-sided is because she understood law better than he did. He was talking about things that didn't even make sense. No, the defense doesn't stand on during preliminary hearings. It's literally just to say, hey, this is what we think we can go to trial on. And then as she started breaking it down, oh, well, aren't you using irrelevant information? No, well, here's the inferences that you made, and here's the inferences that I made. And based on the hearing, failure. Something he said that did catch my attention, or I guess something she said, was the exculpatory evidence wasn't presented to the defense until after the preliminary hearing. That's not uncommon, but with how big this case was, if they knew this was a slam dunk, there was no reason for them to hide anything, especially considering the phone, right? Like, they're saying a phone conversation happened. And anybody who's been on an Android or an iPhone in the last, 10 years, understands that you can log into somebody else's account and then text from their number by texting through their account. So she made a really good point ironing that out. I liked how she did that. There are some better points she could have made, but she wasn't there to make her points. She was there to say that everything he was saying was just as speculative as what she was saying.
Right, and he could not adjust in real time. Yeah, BCZ, I'm saying that the horizontal, the vertical is my day twos, the horizontal is my day ones. That's what I'm saying. The vertical is my day twos. But yeah, that's the thing, because he couldn't adjust in real time to what her argument, her claim actually was. She was really just stating that I'm doing exactly what the state is. I just see the evidence different from what the state is presenting. The state is presenting hearsay. I have hearsay. I think my hearsay is more leaning towards that he is not the person of interest. He is just somebody that has taken a fall. He has some involvement in it, but she don't believe that they trusted him to actually execute what happened to Charlie. And somebody else actually did it, and he's just the fall guy.
What's weird?
It makes sense for conspiracy theories, though.
Right. But what's weird is she said something I didn't think about. The fact that the court has a gag order on them saying that, and he was like, well, I would have just done it with my kids. That's a criminal and civil offense. You are not going to go against a judge's orders. I don't care who you think you are. And that's when I knew he lost. because he was saying things that I knew he didn't believe.
Yeah.
He's not going to specific,
And
especially dude's legal counsel. Oh no, we know for a fact his dad turned him in. Do we
Right.
know that for a fact? Was his dad present during the preliminary hearing? No. You mean the person who turned him in didn't come to the hearing for the case that he turned him in for? That math don't math.
And that don't math up at all. Like, she did a master class on how to deal with somebody that continuously cut you up and just try to ramble and throw spit on the wall until you finally bite on something. She kept it to what her belief is. And man, that was so good of how she was maintaining that whole conversation to keep him honest. Welcome to the show, Oculus. Good day, Oculus. What's your thoughts?
What's up? What's up, man? What's up? What's going on, man? I want people to get a little lesson in body language exposure and body language analysis. If you look how Candace Owens was sitting, and you look how what's the PB guy? I forgot his name. Yeah, so Andrew, and then the other guy. So you got Andrew. The guy that was shaking his leg, because I don't know their names, but I'm just sitting listening. I'm just observing the body languages. I know Candace Owens. I know the guy who got the podcast in the back who was asking the questions. If you look at his body language was open. His legs was open. His hands was adjacent to one another as far as on one side of the chair, which means that he's reciprocal. He's accepting and receiving information. That tells me his body language is in a place of receiving, reception, to receive, right? So he was there to learn. That's what his body language was saying. Now, who was the guy that was wiggling his leg? His name was Andrew?
Yes.
Okay, so this guy, that was nothing more than what you guys was watching him flow through his body, what was going on in his psychology. He was scared, right? He was anxious, right? And he couldn't stand on a position because he didn't put a position out there. All he was there to do was be a provocateur, right? He didn't come to see, this is the thing about when you're, always remember this when somebody is questioning you. If a person really wants the answer to a question, what a person would do is they will ask their question, allow you to address the question and answer the question, then move forward with another question. What people do who don't know what they're talking about, what they do is called compounding questions. When you compound questions, you ask a question, give the person about 2 seconds to respond, then you compound another question. Let them respond for 2 seconds, then you compound another question to where it looks as if the person that is answering the questions is all over the place. But the person isn't all over the place. You're just not allowing the person to finish in totality. So what you're trying to work up is a level of confusion to the viewing audience to make it look like the person who answering the questions is confused. But she's not confused. You're just trying to use a tactic of compounding questions. Because if you look at his body language, that anxiety was flowing through it. That fear and anxiety and confusion was flowing through his feet. It was coming from the top of his head. That's why he had his right hand. If based on how the camera angle is, it perceived my perception, it was his right hand. Right hand on the top of his head. He had his legs crossed. So I want to tell you something else. The barrier that he put between the conversation, right? So this is what you need to watch out for. When you're talking to someone, right? Let's say Sharon and the guy, I don't know his name in the middle. Let's say we all went out to a dinner. We all took 3 women with us, right? And let's say we had some probing questions to ask the women to see if the women would tell us the truth. But let's say these women was expecting these questions but didn't know what our true intentions were, right? It's called product placement in the conversation. This is what the military use, and this is also what when you're a negotiator, not a negotiator, but you're an interrogator. This is why they offer you products when you're answering the questions, right? Body language analysis. Here we go. Here go the women. They all come. We all 3 of us let the women sit down. Then we all sit down, right? Me, you, and him. We all open up our legs, put our under the table. We put our hands on the table and say, "We got a couple questions for you, ladies," right? But the ladies do something that's an indicator to us in this conversation. They all pick up their purses and they put their purses in front of them. Now, women don't know or not just women, but any people don't know product placement is important, right? In a relaxed state, in a truthful state, guess what a natural individual will do? As a woman, they will take their purse and they will put it on the side of the chair or the side of their body, or they will put it on the floor. If the woman put the purse on the table, what they're doing is creating a barrier between you, me, and him, and them three in the conversation, which exposed to somebody like me who deal with psychology and behavior, they have something to hide. So by his legs being crossed, right? What it is he's physically there, but what he's doing is hiding something, his true intentions. Notice every time he put one leg down, he put the other leg up. And when he put the other leg down, he put the other leg up. He was creating a barrier, and the anxiety. Now you might say, well, Candace had her legs crossed too. There's a difference. There was no anxiety flowing through Candace's body, because if there was anxiety, it will show in the form of shaking her foot or her gesticulating by messing with her hair, right? That is anxiety. So by him shaking his feet and him damn having his legs crossed, he's putting a barrier between him, Candace, the other guy, in the conversation, meaning to me subconsciously he got something to hide. So when you go to that negotiation room and the police looking for you, they say, you want some cigarettes? They ain't gonna bring you no one cigarette. They gonna give you the whole damn pack. And as soon as you put that pack of cigarettes right in front of you and tell the negotiator, hey, this individual got something to hide. Because the person who didn't, the product placement would be to put the dang on cigarette subconsciously on the side of you while you smoke one cigarette. Even if we looking at the negotiator and where the person is answering the question from the negotiator, where are their feet pointed? So if me and Sharon, we having a conversation, you're negotiating me on a murder, let's say, for example, and my feet is pointed under the table directly at your body, straight, and my legs are open and my hands are open on the table, and there's nothing blocking, that means I'm being truthful. But if my feet is turned towards the door, but my body is straight, that means I want out of the conversation. I'm trying to go. The body will always give a telltale sign. Man, they don't hear me though, Sharon. They don't hear me, cuz. They don't know, man. That's why I kept trying to say, let me get up before you said something about him wiggling his feet. That's I wanted to say it first. I said, dang, he said it before I could say it. That's why I kept asking, let me get up. You know what I mean? But when I see you caught on to that, that's why his legs was wiggling like that. That was fear, anxiety, and he wanted to get out of the conversation. 100%. And his body was signaling to a person that psychoanalyzes human behavior. His body was signaling he wanted out. He was letting y'all know that she was crushing him in the conversation. And that's why her poise and her gesticulation, her body posture was more in a relaxed state. You see what I'm saying? Yes. This why they ask you for water. Let me turn the camera on. This why they ask you, do you want some water? Do you want some dang on cigarettes? Do you want something to eat when you go in that negotiation room? Because your mind ain't gonna dang on tell you, hey man, I'm signaling. We're all signaling. And that is a signal. When you always remember this, take somebody out to eat. You wanna know somebody lying to you? Oh, my wife, my girlfriend, ooh, all right, let's go to dinner, baby. Yeah, okay. I don't care what she say. Y'all can look up what I'm saying. The chat can look it up right now. She take that person, you got something on your mind and you think she done did that's nefarious, or she take that person, she take what she brought with her and she put it on that table and she neglect to move it. She got something to what? Hide. And the same thing with men. It's the same thing with your cell phone. You see what I'm saying? Woo. So, because most men ain't, if they ain't a part of the community, they ain't wearing no purse. So what products could we use? You see what I'm saying? We gonna use the cell phone. We gonna use the AirPods. Look at the feet. This is how somebody's supposed to be sitting. You see how my feet are straight? You see how my hands will be straight on the table? Because when somebody got nothing to hide, this is how they will come to the conversation. You say, Sharon, you negotiate me. I'm going to say it's Detective Sharon. Okay, how can I help you, Detective Sharon? My hand's going to be on the table. I'm going to be leaning forward. I'm engaged. I want to know what's going on. But I'm open to receive because I haven't what? Did anything.
Done anything.
But if I get in that conversation and I'm like this, y'all can't see my feet, but my feet is like this and my body turned, but the front of my body is this way, but my feet, I'm leaned like this in the chair, but I'm looking at the detective. Now, somebody might say, this is relaxed. This is not relaxed. That mean I'm looking, my brain is telling you I'm looking for the nearest door. I want to get the out of here. You hear me? And Buddy wanted to get the F out of there. Now who the other dude, the PB dude who on the podcast who got caught up with the Ponzi scheme dude? What's his name in the back that was sitting in the back?
PBD. Patrick. His name's Patrick.
PBD. Go back and look at his body language. The whole time he was sitting like this on the chair, legs open. Right? Now one might say, well, he was only the moderator. No, he was there to receive both sides. He didn't have a dog in the fight, but he was there to learn. You see what I'm saying? And Candace Owens, it wasn't that she was losing or she had her legs crossed. In Candace's mind, she didn't say this, but she was thinking based on her body language with her legs crossed, no jiggles, no wiggles. She was saying, you stupid mother effer. I'm smarter. The cockiness that was oozing out of her. Listen, and there's nothing wrong with her.
You can
Hold
see
on,
it.
dang. Could y'all see me? Dang, I think I missed this. Ooh,
Yeah,
shit.
we can still see you. Let me read this real quick. Let me read this real. PZ ain't gone. Had that boy shaking in his boots. He really was shaking his boot. That boy he was
Literally
twerking, goddammit. Be sleazy. Candace showed she was the sharpness in the room. Andrew was out of his league. Absolutely.
And
I agree with that one.
let me tell you how he was sent. Let me tell you why and how he was sent. Are you aware that he paid $300,000 to get that interview with Candace Owens?
Woo!
Did anybody know that? Was anybody
That's
aware
crazy.
of that? Get that sit down interview with Candace.
It's the first thing they said in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the first thing he said. Yeah.
So let's look at
to get his ass cooked.
So let's look on the return on investment, right? How long do you think that it'll take for him to get that money back? And next question, follow-up is, do you think he came out of his own pocket? Or do you think that people had vested interest into trying to figure out what Candace Owens bagged him financially to give up that $300,000 so he can get that so he can have that interview, so he can extrapolate more information other than what Candace Owens has already exposed to the general public? He could have been
I think
sent.
it's definitely I think it's most likely a sponsorship. To be honest, I think he got somebody to sponsor the event. You know what I'm saying? I doubt if it came out of his pocket directly. If so,
but the sponsor
he was
could be a
not prepared.
Netanyahu. Listen to me. The sponsor could be a Netanyahu.
Right? It could be that.
You see what I'm saying?
It could be it could be anybody.
So
Start treading. Start being a little careful.
This is why Candace Owens set the bar so high, right? Because you want to price a person out. You see what I'm saying? Because Candace Owens is in fear of her life. This is 100% true. You can see it. And she was cooking that boy. Cooking him.
Yeah, she absolutely cooked them. Yeah, she absolutely cooked them. Cooked them up lovely. You can stick a fork in that man. He is done. Let me also welcome into the show, Out the Mud, Cody. You better not come up here and say I told you so. You better not.
I told you so, nigga. Hey, nah, Sharon.
Also, let me also shout out to the Cash App. It says, don't get paid until Friday. Thank you so much, beautiful. Thank you. Go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, Sharon. I think he knew the day they called him with it, or the day he signed that contract, that he was outmatched, right? He knew that already, big dog. He knew he can't think with this woman, big dog. You feel me? And like I said, I never really watched him or her, but I seen a lot of like clips and shit, right? And I just could see that he wasn't able to sit in the room with her as far as with the wits and the intelligence. You get what I'm saying? I know he's not on her level. You understand what I'm saying? And so I think he knew that, and like I think he chasing it. You feel me? He
was chasing that clout. He knew this would be a big event. Yeah.
Yeah. He chasing it. He put himself in a position where the outcome, where if he lose, he still win on the bread side of the game type thing. You feel me?
Yeah, with all the reviews and yeah, his name is going to be in the algorithm crazy.
Mm-hmm.
His community going to support him crazy because he be doing shows. He be asking every show. He asks for at least $3,000 to $5,000. Cody.
Talking about like show
And most of the
Almost
shows,
every 3 days.
and,
Yeah, he hits it almost every 3 days.
He,
And
he,
can
he,
I
he
say
almost
that? Can I say this about something that Candace Owens said? Sorry, my AC loud. But Candace Owens did say that Erica Kirk was complicit in the first narrative. You know, and what she meant by that is she said that narrative of okay, this one guy killed him, blah blah blah. Okay, there's nothing else to see here. Let's move on. Let's move on. Any wife that turns into a widow, they will look at that situation objectively and say, man, this is not adding up. I need to do a better investigation. You do not take the first consensus, right? Even if somebody got, say, for example, somebody got hit by a car, tragically lost their lives. What you're now going to do is your brain is going to run through all of these multiple scenarios. Was it a drunk person that hit him? Was the person high? Did the person do it? Did y'all get the person that killed my family member and get him on the DUI? Was this person license suspended? The reason why Candace Owens came up with that and said, how could she accept the first narrative and not do any other thorough investigation? That is a logical, plausible question. And it does make her look complicit in making sure everything just washed away real quick. But he tried to make it seem as if she said she accepted that narrative of the government did it. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
Candace
but
Owens was
only
quick
a
to spark
stupid
up.
will agree will hear what he's saying and go and hear what she's saying and go along with what he's saying. You understand what I'm saying? Because they gotta be going along with the narrative that he's trying to paint. You understand what I'm saying?
So is Andrew a white a little hat?
No.
No, he's not.
Okay. Do you think he got little head ties?
Possibly.
No, he's some kind of Christian. Like he
He's a Christian
hard with
nationalist.
Christianity.
He's a
Yeah, he
Christian
Bible thumb hard
nationalist.
with Christianity.
Is anybody aware of Candace Owens' husband background?
He might be.
Her husband is just conservative. No, her husband's just conservative.
Okay.
No. I'm talking about being a little hat.
No, what I'm saying, he's just he's a Christian nationalist conservative.
You know what little hat mean, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. Okay, cool. You say little hat, and a lot of people don't even know what that means. But okay, so the thing is, officially, Candace always cooked them. Sharon, I want to come up, man, but you wouldn't let me up. I said, well, you gonna get 700 likes and 700 people in the game. Let me up. That's why I said Oculus for moderator. Oculus for moderator. Oculus for moderator. I need a ranch or something, god dang it. Hey, and look, real quick, because I might hang up because I gotta go. What? When you was on that, and I know this outside of the conversation, but I just wanted to say this to you. When you was on that panel and it was discussing with, I think, the Jamaican dude or the guy from Africa, and when it was about the debate about men and women, man, I wanted to come up on that, bro, but you kept sending me the link, but it wasn't your channel. Like, you be like, do you take somebody else's channel when you make a live? I don't know how it's going on. Like, how does that
sometimes,
work?
Yeah, sometimes if I'm on somebody else's channel, sometimes I would stream it to here, but I don't have the controls.
Oh, okay. I'm like, dang, why he won't let me up? What I do to him? I be straight love on this channel. What I do? Okay, I'm just making sure.
Sometimes I don't have the controls though. Yeah.
Sean, I want to make a clarification real quick.
All right.
No, so a lot of people are mistaken how this preliminary hearing works. There is no real defense argument in the preliminary hearing. So all they're doing is they're coming forward. The government saying, hey, the reason it's called hearsay evidence, hearsay is admissible in the grand jury proceedings and in the preliminary because it's not at trial. So there's no burden of proof for it. The government can literally say he threw a sandwich at the wall, he spit on the roof, and this person saw him do it. And then that person says it, and it'll be good enough. If there, because witnesses for the prosecution have an identity of reliability. Basically, they're coming forward for the government, and they're assuming to be telling the truth. That's why you don't see a lot of government witnesses get charged with perjury. It doesn't happen very often. It does happen with defense witnesses, though. It's just how that system works. So whenever he was like, well, why didn't they contest it at the argument? Because they couldn't. They could counter something that was said. Well, we found his sweat on the roof. Well, how do we know it was his sweat? You know what I'm saying? Or we have these text messages, and they could have simply asked, did you verify these texts? All they have to do is say yes. They don't have to provide the proof that those messages came from that device. It's a different, like, people who haven't been in court don't understand. There's different levels of it. Like pre-trial hearings, that's why they filed a motion.
Yeah, and he was just trying to glance over that point. I think he was counting on the audience to be stupid. You know what I'm saying? And not understand how the court situation worked. But she was able to clear that up quick, fast, in a hurry too.
People forget Candace Owens has battled Congress 3 separate times. Like, she does this, she argues for a living. That's kind of what I think. And she's a journalist.
That's kind of like that's how she got her claim, right? Like, that's pretty much how she got her claim, arguing big dogs for a living, to where she's able to take her show, and they threatened, they almost canceled this woman
twice.
Like, she fought back hard. And she went up against some big dogs when she got canceled that last time. She almost really lost it. And she wound up becoming bigger and stronger than before. So, like, for Andrew to just take her slightly was disrespectful and ridiculous.
Could I say this too? And also, I want all the women to notice something about Candace Owens. When Candace comes to the table, Candace will come prepared in a debate or in an argument. Take this as a relationship advice. She come overly prepared. And one thing that she do not put on the table is her emotions. The way people can discredit you as you out of control, you don't know what you're talking about, if you display erratic emotions. And she never displays erratic emotions. She's cut, clear, and concise, and she's overly prepared when she comes to the table. So let that be a note to people in relationships, dealing with information. Put your emotions to the side. They do not do you justice in arguments or debates.
Is Candace Owens still a journalist?
Yeah, I think technically you could still call her that.
No, the reason I ask is because
she was never really a journalist. I don't think she ever was really a journalist, though. I think she was.
I knew she was
more.
I knew she was a journalist for what was that? Daily something? The Daily something?
Yeah.
She was right. But the reason I asked is because she had she used the specific word source. You're like, yeah, I have confidential sources that have told me this. He said, well, what did they tell you? And who told it to you? And she stopped. She goes, first, I can tell you the context of the conversation and that they were a source. I've been sued because I disclosed a source before. Like, I caught her when she said that. That's why that question ran through my head. Like, she's moving like a journalist, not like somebody who just went to go talk to her.
But also, she's really invested in this topic. She did plenty of shows on this topic. That's another thing I don't think he took in consideration. She did so many shows back to back to back about this one topic. She's damn near an expert on the topic. So you can't go in there unprepared. He thought he had her, and he thought he was going to get her flustered. And it didn't
Not
work.
only that, she lost a friend, a good friend in Charlie Clerk. Not only that, that's why it's close to home. So she is overly invested into this. You see what I'm saying? Not only she lost a friend, but she lost a colleague, and she lost a source.
That's why anybody who makes a shaky comment, she's on their head. Oh, Erica, what do you mean that you got $2.5 million just from his death? Wait, hold on. Then she starts breaking down little things. Wait a minute. How come you never asked this question? why am I more invested in your husband's death than you are? Like, she said that before.
Exactly. That's why she said that she think his wife is complicit in the official narrative. You see what I'm saying?
Man,
That's why she
Right.
dude
They're
said
asked
trying to
her
that.
to
dismiss
prove
it.
her opinion. He asked her to prove her opinion, big dog. You know he wasn't being real with the conversation. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? He just
Prove your opinion. Hey, Cody, I'm gonna need you to prove the fact that you say big dog every now and then. I don't
See,
I don't
see,
want you to
see.
explain how you do it, but I need you to
Let me
prove.
say
Like,
this. You know, see, the thing is Andrew might be able to run over those little OnlyFans models on, what's his name show, Myron show and stuff like that, and make them look
no, he's
stupid.
on the whatever podcast.
What you say?
He's on whatever, not Myron and Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, but I do remember seeing him on there, and I do remember him bulldozing over into some little OnlyFans, some dodo birds. Let's say that, right? But he cannot play those type of word games with Candace Owens. Boy, she overcooked him, bro. He came out burnt. Now, I would like to know what happens when the cameras get cut off. Do they shake hands? Do he walk out the door and say, okay, Candace, have a great day. This was a great show. I
He probably
appreciate your
couldn't
time.
even stand up out that chair,
That's
and
what
his
I'm trying
palms
to
was
say.
so
Who
wet.
left the
His palm,
building first?
you
That's
know
what I
how
want to know.
sweaty and wet his palms was when that shit cut off. Hey, he couldn't barely stand up. He had to
Hey,
take a big
what's that
gulp.
song? Hey,
You
look,
hear me?
what's that song by Eminem? His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, his vomit on
Yeah,
his sweater
he went through
already.
all that
Mama
right then.
spaghetti. He was going through all
He just
that,
didn't
boy.
have none of Mama Spaghetti. Mama Spaghetti might have saved him, but he ain't had none. But everything else he went through all of those emotions. Knees weak, palms sweaty. He couldn't stand up out that chair when she got through with his ass.
I mean, his
The crazy
follow-up,
part.
what he said in the follow-up is he actually believes that it was a pretty balanced conversation. And this is the third time I've listened to it. And even still, like, you can see Candace came in knowing what she was talking about, but I don't see where he proved his point like they're saying he did. Like, I still don't understand why he truly believes this was the person. He was like, well, the preliminary evidence. Well, that's hearsay. Okay, well, preliminary evidence. Okay, well, what supports the preliminary evidence? Well, I don't need proof that the hearsay is valid. You need to prove that it's not, which is like you have to prove a double negative. Why would she prove something she didn't believe? Like, it was a
Yeah,
really weird conversation piece
that
for her.
shit like
And in truth, he's
mostly like
better
a
than
brother
that.
or something.
No,
No,
Cody,
he's good.
what I'm saying is I've heard the
He's
man
good at.
debate legitimately.
No, what he's good at is marketing. That's what he's good at. He tried to make it seem like he was
I
good
didn't
at.
say
making
I didn't disagree with
arguments
that
and all
either.
that.
He's good at marketing. Generally speaking, if he comes into a debate prepared, that's a whole different story from what just happened.
It's like my boy
That's
said,
why
he
those
good
four
at talking
clips.
to stupids that he can manipulate the conversation with. You understand what I'm saying? That's what he good at. Outside of that, he ain't good at shit. And that's why he talk to those type of people and he talk to those type of men. You understand what I'm saying? Because he can outthink they ass and he can manipulate the conversation with word. He switch a word here and there. You get what I'm saying? And they don't catch it. You feel me? But when somebody who think and good at thinking quick on their feet, they don't let you do them like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the fact that she did that without any notes, like, because even his first opening statement, he had to read that off his phone. And it still wasn't really good at all. Like, his opening statements didn't make no claims of why his point of view is better than hers and any of that. And she rebutted him off the cuff. That's how dialed in she was. And the fact that he offered a $300,000 for that is wild. I think this is a big blow. I think it's not going to really affect him too much, but I think it's going to affect him a lot with getting bigger. Ain't this going to be as big as? I don't think he's going to get nothing bigger than Candace Owens.
Well, let me ask you a question. Based on let's talk strictly about the debate, right? So did Candace prove to you that he was a plant?
A plant. Yes, I think so.
That he got set up, like that the boy took the fall for something he didn't do.
Yeah, because at one point he was saying how Erica is a Riri and all these other things, and how women are Riris and all that. But now he was taking the defense of Erica. He had 3 clips trying to defend Erica Kirk. So therefore, he has to be some type of a plant, and somehow he was able, through going to her debate strategy conference or whatever that shit was that he said him and his wife went to, he was able to convince Erica that he's the one that could debate her and make her look
That's
stupid.
not the question I asked. That's not the question I asked. I asked did Candace show you that the guy who pulled the quote unquote pulled the trigger wasn't the one who pulled the trigger? That's what I asked.
Oh, you're talking about Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler.
She presented enough contradicting evidence where it make you go, She didn't prove anything that make you say that he didn't do it, but she gave enough evidence to where we need to really have more of a deep dive and get some facts so we can have a real understanding. Because he was definitely he was definitely a part of it, but I don't know if he's the one who pulled the trigger.
So she gave you some kind of reasonable doubt.
What she gave me is, it doesn't seem like Tyler was smart enough to pull it off, what he did. This seemed like a classic TV show of a spy movie where they have somebody stupid, like even when they did it to Mark Wahlberg, they had his dumb ass look like he did everything, but they didn't trust him to pull that trigger, right? So they have him in position. They made him look like he did it and everything in the movie Shooter, but somebody else actually did the damn shooting.
So I'm gonna say something she said that actually brought reasonable doubt to me that I hadn't thought about before was the messages, because she specifically pointed out the fact that, hey, why would somebody who's got a 4.0 grade point average, who had planned out how to escape prior to this, then give a detailed step-by-step confession to somebody as they were given an increasing reward? I gotta admit, when I heard that, I was like, as somebody who understands what happened, there's no way. He left his phone, but he was able to text his boyfriend that, hey, that is me. Look at my shoes. I changed my shirt. Like, you see how weird that? I see how that looks weird from an objective point of view. I can see why she has speculation.
Because it makes the smoking gun too damn smoky. Like, damn. Like, like what?
Just like the degrading fingerprints. People who don't use those don't understand. If you're the last one to pull that, your fingerprints will be the most prevalent. Even if he wore gloves at the moment that he did it, which again, if he had planned this out and didn't wear gloves and then told on himself in the process, that's not very real. That's not realistic for somebody who had that kind of shot. Did they show you that there were snipers who were trained snipers who may not have made that exact shot? And this no shooting little boy. Come on, stop.
Well, how far was it? I'm pretty sure most snipers can make that shot.
No, they said it was a little over 150 feet.
Yeah. Snipers is making that shot with the eyes closed.
Okay, that sounds good, but you're also not considered all kind of condition. This is an untrained shooter. This is an didn't they show? I think they may have showed a picture of his cluster once. of him just practicing shooting, his range is like his cluster is garbage. But to make that perfect of a shot in a single shot, I can see why people are debating it.
I mean, with a rifle, 150 feet ain't too crazy, from what I understand.
Also, I said 150. Let me confirm that because I might be off on that number. Because 150 feet would have still been within the crowd. And they said he was on a roof because that was a large crowd they had that day.
That was a big crowd.
We found cucumbers in China.
They're nice and crunchy too. They delicious.
You should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are.
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved? I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just asking specifically.
That's a bar right there, right? You are holding me to a higher level than the goddamn prosecutors. The prosecutors don't need no strict fact definition of what something is. They just need somebody to say, yeah, I was there and I heard this. Strictly hearsay.
But it's because people don't know what hearsay is. It's because people, like, even though she explained what hearsay was, people, when they watch court TV, it's like, oh, objection, hearsay, because they think it's just somebody talking. No, typically hearsay is a witness of a witness or somebody who has secondary information. A witness, technically, like a direct witness, somebody who watched him do it, wouldn't be considered hearsay. It'd be an eyewitness. Those are two completely different people. That's why in most cases, hearsay is not admissible at trial because it can't be contradicted. Like if I say, oh, Sharon flew to Korea to go get cucumbers because you have cucumbers in your hand, that's me just making something up, right? But in this, if I say, oh, I watched him get on the plane, go pick them up, and then bring them back through customs, now I'm a witness to what you did.
Huge difference in between the two.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that
it's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
and then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
what's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher.
That is crazy. He was not prepared at all. She said his last name and first name right away. Looked him dead in his eye like, you got the wrong one. She looked that man dead in the eye. Christopher, fuck you thought this is? I studied this case for real, for real. I'm not playing around with this shit.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all.
God damn. I thought he was one of the great debaters, Shadow. Like, that was a horrible argument right there. Like, she's saying she's doing her own investigation. She called up just the damn restaurant. She got the receipt. They showed her a copy of the receipt, and she believed the receipt to be true. Crazy.
Well, there's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? It would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork.
Damn, again, she's so sharp. She said, me talking to the owner is not me just being a expert. Not me just being on X. Meaning Twitter. Just talking shit. Because he's an expert. Shout out to First Cause. God damn. That's some smoke for your ass right there. Lord have mercy. Cooking them.
And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
Man, she is absolutely cooking the crap out of this dude. He is trying to wiggle his way out. Shout out to PBD for just like staying out the way. Sometimes I felt like he should have jumped in more, but I think it wound up being better that he just stayed out the way. Now that we finished the whole situation, it was better that he just stayed out of the way and just let them work it out. They did work it out. They was mature enough to work it out. And Andrew, he definitely just got crushed. It is what it is. He got crushed badly. Even the points where he almost had a point, he'll just lose it because he can't stay focused. He can't stay focused without his cigarettes. He can't stay focused without his computer in front of him. Even with the people behind the scenes trying to throw him some gotcha moment clips, that shit didn't rattle her because she's sharp. She remember what she said. She remember the context of why she said what she said.
Nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
What? She had her idea of what hearsay is. She gave you her evidence on why she believed he didn't do it. Now, whether she could prove it or not, that's a whole different argument. But she said herself, she's gone off of the same thing the state is going off of. Hearsay. Nothing has been proven yet by the state or by her.
For all of her claims of Patsy.
Wait, Sherrod, can I say
nothing.
something real quick?
She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of.
Yes,
So
sir.
I want to say this in regards to the steakhouse place. See, what people don't know is anytime that you're out on a mission and you're in the field, let's say you know, CIA, let's say you military, you always have to be, after completing the mission, what do you have to be? Debrief. The steakhouse was the debriefing center. You see? This is where he will go, because what happens in the military is a lot of information is compartmentalized. And what this means is that as long as you're able to compartmentalize and you give half of the information to these people, half of the information to these people, half of the information to these people, it's the same thing they do at Apple. They compartmentalize the information. So no one person know everything in its totality. You see what I'm saying? So that way they don't have to worry about an uprising. When a lot of these people they win these Nobel Peace Prizes and the government figure out this or this formula or whatever, they compartmentalize the information. So the debriefing center was the steakhouse. What he will be able to know where his next coup is, where his next mission is, or what he's gonna do next. Also, remember that the college that he worked, the college that he went to was also a CIA we'll call it loading center for people to actually get on board with becoming a part of the CIA. Let's throw that out there too. I don't know if people are aware of that, but I think he
I
left.
definitely wasn't.
Yeah. That college, I forgot the name of it. Dang, I forgot the name of that college. But if you look it up, they have a division in that college where if you want to be on board with the CIA, you can do it there. You see? So I think that he actually left. All this was on stage. And I think he was just a patsy. I also think that that's where he was able to be debriefed and told what was the next steps and what was going to take place. And I think he did it. I don't think he did the shooting, but I think he went down as the patsy, and he purposely wanted to go down as the patsy. 100%.
Yeah.
That's what I think. You got it back.
Yeah, he wanted to go down with the ship. He wanted to be the famous person behind it, but he didn't actually have the heart to actually go through it, and the government probably knew that if it is in fact the government. But you know, we can't prove none of that. So
now I just don't think it was the government. I'm not just saying the United States. I'm saying multiple government agencies.
Anyone it was right
played a hand in this.
Positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
That's so interesting. His point of view.
Oh, go.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I think that's so interesting. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. That's
so
a crazy
I'm
point of
saying
view.
is, as far as me being a part of the viewing audience, is he suggesting that we should go with the official narrative and we shouldn't ask no questions, build no timelines
Right.
to make sure the evidence that we got officially from the news or whatever source you got it from is the correct, that's the correct information. There's nothing to see here. Bye-bye, adios, sayonara, go home. The way they said it happened. We're not supposed to speculate. In order to create a fact, you first have to stimulate a hypothesis or a question. You see what I'm saying? And is he mad that she's actually formulating questions based off timelines of things and events that don't add up? Is he mad about that? So he can say it as calm as he want, but this individual is used to speaking to stupid people. He's not used to speaking to people of the level of intelligence that Candace have. See, what I like is that she have placeholders in her head. She have placeholders in her head
Good
based
point.
on what she said. She have placeholders and how she said what she said, the exact words that she used to say what she said. Because if you change a word in a statement when referring to what somebody said, you change the whole narrative.
Absolutely.
You see? So this is what it is. And he sounds smart to dumb people. He does not sound intelligent to intelligent people.
Great point. I love how you cooked that one up. Let's see what Candace responds with.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion.
I love her smile. That smile says so much.
I told you she oozes.
I want to give her a hug and a kiss on the cheek because man, she did such a good job. I love that smile right now, and
she oozes with confidence because she knows she has the information. This is the reason why she feels her life has been threatened. Right? She has the information. She don't have anecdotal information like he does. Right? She have way more in the hat than he do, and she's not willing to expose it. Right? She's gonna stay surface where he is. She's not gonna put her hand on the table. Right? He didn't put his whole hand down. His hand is the official narrative. But I told you that she's oozing confidence. Why? Because she holds all the cards. She's the house. You see? And he running around like a chicken with his head cut off.
Absolutely. He was running around there with his head cut off.
Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned. And you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking.
I love the way how she looked at PBD just to let him know, like, hey, we had a conversation. You're not supposed to allow that to go down, but it's all good. You did a good job overall, but that was some bullshit you just did.
This on, and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator, I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. So,
damn. Shout out to her getting that bag. Damn. 300,000. Wow, that easy.
Hey, man, what they say, 48 laws of power, totally obliterate your enemy.
God damn.
She obliterated them. And not only she did it with grace.
And also shout out to her for marketing herself where she is worth $100,000 an hour.
Ooh-wee. See what words can do?
Yo, 100,000 an hour, bro. 300,000. Wow.
300,000. Wow. Hey, man. I see why. Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you guys like somebody, I'm gonna tell you what. Check this out. Candace Owens would be a great prosecutor and attorney and a judge. Ooh. Because at no time in the conversation did we see her voice spike. Did we see fluctuations of nervousness in her articulation of her thoughts? We did not see that. We didn't see any hesitation to respond or need time to respond. Her thoughts were well placed. Her sentences were well organized. And I think she demonstrated a poise of a person that's of superior intellect. Man, the way I be talking up here, man, you would think I'm reading this off ChatGPT, cuz. Talk to me, baby. Hey, man, I'm a little Candace Owens, you know what I mean? I'm in the making. I'm trying to get my 100,000 hours. We turn up the camera. Boy, you don't think I did this on ChatGPT, you feel me? This all off the top of the dome, you feel me?
They don't be understanding, you know, and I'm glad that it happened the way how it is, because you can see that like it's a real thing, right? Like Candace was able to do that off the top of the dome as well, right?
Off the dome.
And like people don't believe that is a thing. It's a thing. She did that shit straight up. Hey, This is me. This is my topic. You fuck with the wrong one. Shout out to B Sneezy for the horizontal homies. Yeah. For my day 1 homies. The verticals my day 2 homies.
You know what,
the
Sharon? This is why
verticals are trying to destroy me just now. Go ahead.
This is why I like to talk to people, because I might, I can go through the personalities or however you want it, right? But when it comes to something of integrity, right? Something as serious as this conversation, man, I want to be on the channel mode, man. You need to, you know what I'm saying? You need to let me up here. Where the back key at, man? Give me the key so I can just beam up. You feel me? Man, you be talking about a lot of stuff that I be wanting to talk about. You feel me? But I'm not gonna never make no YouTube. I'm never gonna make no YouTube channel or nothing like that. But man, I got some thought-provoking stuff. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying I'm overly informed, because I'm not. But I'm just taking a small portion of what I know. And you can be, it doesn't take a lot of information to build a profile for who somebody is internally. We can see that Candace Owens is not portraying a character. This is who she is on and off camera. You can tell the authenticity. And I know that she's a life path. I think she's a life path, or she's a master number 11, which deals with character, right? Which deals with influence, charisma. You see? And I'm going to give you what I mean by that. Another master number 11 is Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson, look how he affected the world.
So what you're saying that her birthday is on the 11th?
On the 29th. I think it's the 20. If somebody in the chat can check it out, I think it's the 11th or the 29th. Either way it goes, it's still 11. 2 and 9 equals 11. Michael Jackson was born on the 29th. So that is a master number, right? And so this is how you know she's authentic to who she actually is, who she says she is. The problem with Andrew is he just not believing it. You see what I'm saying? Andrew is a character. That is a character. And it's hard sometimes when you're around authentic people to stay in character. You see what I'm saying? Hey, where you go? Yo! I don't know what happened, but you disappeared or something.
You was cooking up. Why you stopped cooking?
Nah, because I ain't know. I know you was finna cut it off.
I can still hear you. I just can't respond.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what was going on. But I'm finna pick up somebody, so I'm finna mute up real quick. I'm doing Uber right now.
All right, do your damn thing. Hell yeah. You doing it in that car? Your ass crazy as hell. Well, actually, that's probably a good car to do it in.
Heck yeah, that's a good car to do it in. You ain't paying for no gas. You ain't got to pay for no gas.
I mean, the Charger is not too far from gas nowadays anyway, with all that electricity.
Well, if you get it at your apartment complex for free, it don't matter. But I'm finna mute.
Now I agree with you there. Well, you getting it at the complex, then yeah, you lit. Hell yeah. Oh shit, so you was right. Candace Owens was born April 29th, 1989. April 29th, what's that, an Aries too? Right? April 29th, that's an Aries? I'm not sure. I don't be knowing. I don't know. I don't be knowing. Oh. My bad, Shadow. You was there for a while?
Yeah.
My bad. My bad. I didn't see you down there. I was looking at a completely different screen.
No, I think she's in-game Aries.
I think she absolutely. I think she showed levels. I think also she showed levels in somebody that is invested in a topic versus somebody that is just believe that they are just more intelligent than you, right? April 29th is a Taurus. Thank you, Robo. So, you know what I'm saying, Drobo. So I think, Andrew just think he's just a great debater and he could just go out there and wing any kind of debate. And it goes to show like, hey, nah, bro, you got to be prepared. Like when she hit him with that, you don't even know the goddamn charges. That was a knockdown right there. Wasn't a knockout, but that was a good knockdown. He was slow to get up on that 8 count, Shadow. Speaking of getting up on the 8 count, you seen the quote on Saturday?
Yeah, I see the what?
Shields, yeah. The quote.
No. What happened?
She knocked homegirl out. She put the beats on that girl. She beat.
I mean, that's not that surprising.
K Scott, yeah, because but K Scott, she was supposed to be a really good challenge, but Clarissa was really prepared. She knew exactly. She was much stronger than the young lady, even though they was the same weight, and homegirl was much taller. But man, it was an entertaining fight. So shout out to Clarissa for that. It was entertaining. It showed that she
Clarissa's
really
got those beaters.
Yeah. But she also fighting people that homegirl, she didn't have no head movement. She, they had to throw in the towel for her and everything. Like she ain't really trained that well. She usually beat people because she could overpower them. You know what I mean? She tall. She about like 6 foot, 6'1", something like that. 158 pounds. So she usually just overpowered the ladies that she fought. Like she didn't have no good head movement. She got punched in her face a lot. Even the people that she did beat, she almost lost. But, she was just a little bit stronger than the other ladies. That's all. You know what I mean? But Clarissa, she couldn't overpower her and walk her down. Clarissa, stood her ground and, like you said, put them beaters on her.
Hey, you need to go ahead and do a shout out to Uber because they need to start paying you. Too many people come on your show to work for Uber.
Especially when we don't curse and all that, we be doing really good. To be honest,
shout out to
you.
Uber, Wildest Wake Up Show edition.
I need to figure. Hey, you know what? That's a good idea. I need to figure out a way how we do that. Yeah, I need to send them a press kit. And say we might just hit 1 million views this month. I don't know. I'm working on it.
So Sharon, let me say this to you real quick. In regards to her being the number 11, that is a very, very influential number, master number. This is the reason why she has the power that she actually has in journalism or research and influence, because that is a very influential number. Very, 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 very powerful. 100%. And I told you she was a number 11, didn't I?
You did.
And she's a Taurus. Let's not forget that major point. Goddamn Taurus women.
Mm-hmm. Oh. See that number is more important.
She likes stinky. She likes stink man. No wonder why she chose who she chose. She likes stink man.
Look, Sharon, that number is more important than anything. So when somebody give me their number, I know it. Not what year, not what month, just the number. 1st, 5th, the 16th, the 17th. I know exactly who they are. You know what I mean? But most people wouldn't know I know that. You remember when I was showing your number, you wouldn't tell me? Hello?
Hi, my number is 19. Who am I?
I didn't give them the time to call. They wanted to talk to me, but
okay.
They wanted to give them time, but I'm not sure.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, we said. I'm sorry. I was talking.
I asked Sharon his number, but he ain't tell me.
All right, mine's is 19. What's up?
Okay, I got yours. Hold on, I want to see if Sharon will give me his. I think he muted us or something. I don't know. He ain't responding.
He's talking to the wife. I think he's talking to the wife.
Okay. I didn't know that. See, what it is that number is very indicative of who you are internally, you know? So when people got certain numbers, like I just know certain things, like 100%. Like, for example, you being a 19th in regards to you can hear me or you can't hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah. So usually what you'll find is 19s, when they're born, there's always some complications or some sicknesses and when they're conceived, when they're born. You know what I mean? Also, this deals with you being a natural born leader and you're not being told what to do by nobody. You got high expectations of yourself and you got high expectations of other people, but people primarily don't live up to your expectations as a number one because it says so high sometimes it's unrealistic and unachievable for other people to do. So this can be a letdown to you, and this also makes you abrasive or aggressive because as a number one, you demand excellence out of people. Authority and power does very, very well in your hands, and you should always seek for these things, and you should not work for other people. It is not going to work out for you. You got to be the boss. You got to be the CEO. Your ego is through the roof, but your ego is also the catalyst to making you extremely successful. I want everybody to take a note and notice that he's smiling. I guarantee you he's smiling because I'm on point. Go ahead and respond. Look, watch him. I never met this man in my life. Respond.
I mean,
Respond.
I mean, look, when you're on point, I
Yeah.
can't argue it.
I know it. But this is what I was trying to tell you. I'm a
From
master
birth
when it comes
on.
Yeah, I know, because that's what's gonna happen. Even if you look at the alphabeticals, the 19th letter of the alphabet, right? And that deals with sickness. So usually when people that's born on the 19th, not just being the number one, specifically on the 19th, you will notice that there will always be some complications or some sickness when they are developed, when they're coming out of the womb. But anyways, let's keep going with you. I'm gonna also tell you this. Your ego is the catalyst to making you extremely successful. Keep people around you that give you praise and worship towards your ego, because as you become successful, you reach down and you pull a hand up to the ones that help worship your ego. See, the thing about the number one and the element that's associated with it is fire. That's indicative of leadership, but the nature of fire is to be destructive, right? So with this being said, think about it this way. People hear these words and they all automatically judge these words. Destruction does not have a negative connotation to it, because if me and you want to put a hospital, look around you right now. Take your camera. Is it a building around you? Look around you. Is it a building somewhere around you?
There are multiple buildings around it.
Okay, so any building around you, say man you want to put a hospital where any one of those buildings is, right? What we got to do to the building that's already there, we got to destroy it. So the nature of fire is to be destructive, but it's not negative. In order for you to lead, in order for you to build as a number one, you first have to destroy. This is the reason why when you go into new environments, you tend to shake shit up in new environments. And this is why sometimes people can think your ego is through the roof. But I'm going to tell you what, never follow nobody, never work for nobody, and always keep people around you that give you praise and worship towards your ego. It will definitely help you. Now, I will tell you this, be careful what you're driving, because you're not the best driver. I don't know if you do driving for a living, but any form of transportation, you're going to get into car accidents, whether it's your fault or not your fault, very, very easy. And you will get a lot of traffic violations and tickets, because ones are personified by the sun and the sun governs transportation. Look at his face, y'all. And I gave him a granular saying of what I actually know, but since we're on a public platform, I won't spook you out on the dang on platform. But it's way more than what I'm just saying to you right now. I'm not even trying to sound cool or fancy. It's just so happened that I mean you by way of the channel. But yes, it's way more that I know. And then I'm gonna tell you this too. You're gonna deal with, and this is the last thing I'll tell you, and I'm gonna get to Sharon, but you're gonna deal with a lot of loneliness in this lifetime. Because in order for you to lead, you first got to go into isolation to contemplate how you're going to lead the people who decide to follow you, because you are the natural born leader. But isolation will always be on your horizon. This is why you'll notice that you don't like to be around people and you need to isolate. It cultivates more of that leadership quality that you have. And also, you're very aggressive too. And it's okay to calm down with the aggression. I'm also tell you this, stay off of alcohol. Alcohol will bring the worst out of you. You will become violent if you drink. Even if you look at the alphabeticals, A is the first letter of the alphabeticals, and aggression starts with A. Alcohol starts with A. You see what I'm saying? Alpha. This is what you are. Alpha starts with A. You see? Now tell the chat how correct I am. Tell him, man. Just say, yeah, he's correct, y'all. Go ahead.
I say about 98.3-ish, 98.4%. I'd say you hit it on the mark. The only thing,
hold on.
Because I'm also a Pisces.
Hold on. If we was taking a lie detector test and I ask you a whole lot of questions, and you say, well, it's 93, 94% accurate, we'll say, okay, this is a good lie detector test, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh no, I'm definitely gonna touch the accuracy. But I'm a
Mhm.
Pisces.
And
I'm also a
oh,
toxic Pisces.
so you like to be lost. You love being lost. That's why you traveling. That's why you doing something with trucks, because you're a dreamer and you love to be lost. You love to be in places that you don't know nothing about. Oh, it's making
That's
sense
on
now.
point.
See, I want the audience to hear this. I'm just not no talker. When I'm talking about something, I know what the heck I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? This is a fact. Sharon, tell me your number, man. Look, you nervous. Tell me your number, man. What number are you, Sharon? You don't got to give me the year or the month, just the number. Sharon, we can't hear you. Nobody can hear you, man. You are talking, but nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you, man. Yo, number 19, tell him nobody can hear him.
He just dipped out.
Oh, dang. So me and you the only two people up there?
Sharon dipped. Yeah.
So if there's any other number you want to know about, I can tell you about those numbers. If there's anybody you want to know about, I'll tell you about them.
See, I studied personology. I just couldn't get that numerology down.
See,
Numerology.
On a mundane sense, most people perceive it as numerology, but in ancient Semitic cultures, especially in the Indian culture, right? If you go back into them, they realize that the reality is a computer program operating off trinary computing code. Now, this might sound a little matrixy, right? But if what I was saying was a lie, then
that was crazy. I don't know what happened.
Man, what happened, man?
Crazy.
You was talking and we couldn't hear nothing.
You were about to give us your number.
Oh, yeah.
You was about to give us your number.
Oh, we could do that on the next show. We are heading up on 6 hours. We will scream at y'all, Mariana. Love y'all. See y'all soon.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me